Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Cosmic Hierarchy. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the walls as embers drift lazily upward into the chimney's dark embrace. Outside, the night wraps around us like a gentle blanket, and somewhere beyond the glass, stars pierce the velvet darkness with their ancient light. Tonight, as we settle into the warmth and comfort of this quiet moment, let us turn our gaze upward and explore one of Runeterra's most profound mysteries, the celestial beings known as aspects, and the cosmic hierarchy that governs the space between worlds. Imagine, if you will, lifting your eyes beyond the familiar constellations that have guided travelers and dreamers for millennia, beyond the twinkling points of light that seem so distant and cold from our earthbound perspective, lies a realm of unimaginable vastness and power. This is the domain of the aspects, fragments of cosmic concepts so fundamental to existence that they predate the formation of worlds themselves. These are not mere gods in the traditional sense, but living embodiments of universal principles that shape reality across countless realms. In the celestial sphere that exists parallel to but far above Runeterra, consciousness takes forms that mortal minds can barely comprehend. Here, the very concepts that govern existence, war, protection, justice, twilight, and countless others, manifest as beings of pure cosmic energy. They are the aspects, and each represents not just an idea, but the fundamental force behind that idea, made manifest across all of creation. The aspect of war does not simply understand conflict. It is conflict itself, the driving force behind every battle ever fought, the spark that ignites when opposing wills collide. The aspect of the sun embodies not just the warmth and light of stars, but the very principle of illumination, revelation, and the power that banishes darkness from hidden places. These beings exist on a scale so vast that a single thought from one of them might span centuries in mortal time, their consciousness flowing like cosmic currents through the space between stars. Yet for all their incomprehensible power, the aspects face a peculiar limitation. Their very nature, pure concept without physical form, makes it difficult for them to interact directly with the material plane. They are like winds that can reshape landscapes over eons, but cannot pick up a single pebble without an intermediary. This cosmic irony has shaped one of the most fascinating aspects of their existence, their need for mortal vessels. The relationship between aspects and the physical realm is mediated through chosen mortals who climb the sacred peak of Mount Targon. This is not a casual selection process, but a cosmic calling that draws specific individuals whose souls resonate with particular celestial frequencies. When a mortal reaches Targon's summit and proves worthy, they become a host, their consciousness merging with that of an aspect in a transformation that is both magnificent and terrible. Picture the moment when mortal flesh becomes a conduit for cosmic power. The chosen individual's body begins to change, not just physically but on a fundamental level. Their cells become infused with starlight. Their thoughts expand to encompass perspectives that span millennia, and their very existence becomes a bridge between the earthbound and the eternal. Yet they remain, in some essential way, human, carrying within them the memories, emotions, and connections that define mortal experience. This duality creates beings of extraordinary complexity. An aspect host possesses the cosmic awareness of their celestial partner, while retaining the compassion, fear, love, and loss that characterize human experience. They can perceive the grand patterns that govern existence, while still feeling the sting of a harsh word or the warmth of a friend's smile. This blending of perspectives often creates internal conflicts that would drive lesser minds to madness. The cosmic hierarchy itself follows patterns that mortal philosophers have spent lifetimes trying to understand. At the highest levels exist aspects whose domains are so fundamental that they influence the very fabric of reality. Below them are those who govern more specific concepts, and the relationships between these celestial beings mirror the complex interconnections of the forces they represent. Consider how the aspect of the sun and the aspect of the moon exist in eternal relationship, not opposition, but complementary forces that define each other through their differences. Day gives meaning to night, just as revelation gains significance in contrast to mystery. Their cosmic dance influences not just the physical cycles of Runeterra, but the philosophical and spiritual understanding of balance itself. The aspect of war maintains complex relationships with those governing justice and protection, for conflict often serves larger purposes beyond mere destruction. War can clear away corruption, test the strength of noble ideals, and forge bonds between allies that peace alone could never create. Yet it must be balanced against the forces that preserve and nurture, creating a cosmic tension that drives much of mortal history. Even the playful aspect of Twilight serves crucial functions in this celestial ecosystem. Twilight represents the moments between states, between day and night, between waking and sleeping, between one age and the next. It is the cosmic force that ensures change remains possible, that no system becomes so rigid that growth ceases. In its seemingly chaotic mischief lies the fundamental principle that keeps existence dynamic and evolving. The process by which aspects choose their hosts reveals much about their nature. They do not select based on worthiness alone, but on resonance, the degree to which a mortal soul already embodies aspects of their cosmic domain. A warrior who has learned that true strength lies in protecting others might resonate with the aspect of the protector. A scholar who seeks truth regardless of personal cost might call to the aspect of justice. This selection process is not without its tragedies. Many who attempt the climb to Targon's peak fail not because they lack courage or determination, but because no aspect calls to them. They may be noble souls worthy of respect and admiration, but their spiritual frequency does not match any of the cosmic forces seeking mortal expression. Others reach the summit only to discover that the aspect they thought they understood demands changes they are unwilling or unable to make. The transformation itself varies dramatically depending on the aspect involved. Some hosts find their personalities largely intact, working in partnership with their celestial counterpart. Others experience such fundamental changes that they become entirely new beings, retaining only fragments of their mortal memories. A rare few, possessed of extraordinary will, manage to maintain their independence even while channeling cosmic power, a feat that sends ripples of surprise through the celestial realm itself. What makes the aspect-host relationship particularly fascinating is how it affects both parties. While the mortal gains access to cosmic power and perspective, the aspect gains something equally valuable: direct experience of mortal existence. Through their hosts, these cosmic beings taste food, feel physical pain, experience the passage of time in moments rather than eons, and encounter the raw immediacy of emotion, uncomplicated by cosmic awareness. This exchange enriches both parties in unexpected ways. Aspects who have worked through mortal hosts for centuries often develop nuances in their understanding that purely celestial beings lack. They learn the difference between abstract justice and the kind that matters to a grieving parent, between cosmic protection and the fierce love that drives a mother to defend her children. The implications of this cosmic hierarchy extend far beyond individual transformations. The presence of aspects on Runeterra influences the fundamental nature of magic itself. Celestial magic draws its power not from the spirit realm or elemental forces, but directly from the cosmic principles that govern existence. It is magic in its purest form, reality bending to accommodate the will of forces that helped create reality in the first place. Yet even cosmic power comes with limitations and responsibilities. Aspect hosts often find themselves bound by cosmic law that transcends mortal understanding. They may be compelled to act in ways that serve their aspect's domain, even when such actions conflict with their personal desires or moral intuitions. The burden of cosmic responsibility can be as heavy as its power is great. The relationship between aspects and other cosmic forces adds another layer of complexity to their existence. They must consider not only their own domains, but how their actions affect the greater cosmic balance. The watchers that threaten to devour all existence concern the aspects greatly, for they represent not just destruction but the complete negation of the principles the aspects embody. Similarly, the void's hunger for non-existence poses a fundamental challenge to beings whose very nature is to maintain and perpetuate the concepts that give meaning to reality. When cosmic forces clash on this scale, the consequences ripple through dimensions, affecting not just Runeterra, but countless other worlds where consciousness has learned to dream. As our exploration of this celestial hierarchy draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the profound mystery of consciousness itself. The aspects represent what happens when the fundamental forces of existence become aware of themselves, when abstract concepts develop the capacity for thought, feeling, and choice. In choosing mortal hosts, they create bridges between the infinite and the intimate, between cosmic law and individual heart. The fire burns lower now, its gentle warmth a reminder of the simple comforts that anchor us to the mortal realm. Yet our journey through the cosmic hierarchy has shown us that even the grandest celestial beings value the experiences that define our humanity, the fleeting moments of connection, the bittersweet passage of time, the fierce love that makes existence meaningful despite its brevity. In the dance between mortal vessel and cosmic aspect, we see reflected the eternal question that drives all conscious beings. How do we balance our individual desires with our responsibilities to something greater than ourselves? Whether cosmic or human, divine or mortal, all consciousness faces this fundamental challenge of finding meaning in the space between personal will and universal purpose. Chapter 2: Mount Targon's Sacred Summit. In the far reaches of Runeterra, where the earth reaches desperately toward the heavens, stands a mountain unlike any other. Mount Targon pierces the sky with such magnificent defiance that clouds gather around its slopes like supplicants before a throne, and the very air grows thin with the weight of cosmic significance. Tonight, as we continue our exploration of the celestial realm, let us trace the path that countless souls have walked, the treacherous ascent that transforms pilgrims into vessels for cosmic power. Mount Targon is not merely the highest peak in the known world, it is a cosmic anchor point where the physical and celestial realms converge. Rising from the harsh steppes of its namesake region, the mountain's lower slopes appear deceptively ordinary, rocky terrain dotted with hardy shrubs, and the occasional monastery, where the Solari tend their eternal flames. Yet as one's gaze travels upward, the mountain reveals its true nature. The peak vanishes into a perpetual crown of luminous clouds that shift with colors no earthly sky has ever worn. The mountain calls to certain souls with a voice that transcends sound. This calling is not heard with the ears but felt in the deepest chambers of the heart, a resonance that begins as a whisper and grows into an irresistible compulsion. Those who experience this summons describe it differently. Some speak of dreams filled with starlight and cosmic music. Others tell of waking moments when the ordinary world seems suddenly thin, as if they could reach through reality itself to touch something infinitely vast and welcoming. Yet the calling itself is only the beginning of a journey that will test every aspect of a soul's nature. The path up Mount Targon is not marked by conventional trails, but by a series of trials that seem to manifest organically from the mountain itself. Each step higher brings new challenges that probe not just physical endurance, but spiritual resolve, mental clarity, and the capacity to remain true to one's essential nature under extraordinary pressure. Picture the early stages of this ascent, where determined climbers find themselves navigating terrain that shifts subtly when not directly observed. Handholds that seemed solid moments before crumble under pressure, forcing travelers to adapt constantly to changing conditions. The mountain tests flexibility of thought as much as strength of limb, rewarding those who can adjust their approach while maintaining their fundamental purpose. As climbers ascend beyond the cloud line, they enter a realm where normal rules of physics begin to bend. The air grows thick with possibility, rather than thin with altitude. Gravity itself seems negotiable, sometimes pulling climbers downward with crushing force, other times seeming to lessen its grip entirely. These fluctuations are not random but appear to respond to the climber's internal state, their doubts manifesting as increased weight, their resolve lifting them with supernatural lightness. The trials become increasingly personal as the ascent continues. The mountain has an uncanny ability to conjure scenarios that reflect each climber's deepest fears, greatest regrets, and most cherished dreams. A warrior might face spectral enemies that mirror their own capacity for violence, forced to confront whether their strength serves noble purposes or merely feeds their own ego. A scholar could find themselves navigating libraries of infinite knowledge, each book offering answers they desperately seek while time slips away like sand through fingers. These manifestations are not illusions in any conventional sense, but rather expressions of cosmic truth filtered through mortal perception. The mountain does not seek to deceive but to reveal, stripping away the comfortable self-deceptions that allow people to avoid confronting their true nature. Many climbers turn back at this stage, not from cowardice but from a sudden overwhelming clarity about who they really are versus who they thought themselves to be. The physical transformation begins subtly during the middle stages of the climb. Mortals notice their endurance increasing beyond normal human limits, their senses sharpening to perceive details that should be impossible at such distances. Their skin begins to take on a faint luminescence, as if starlight were pooling beneath the surface. These changes are not mutations but preparations, the mountain gradually attuning their physical forms to handle the cosmic energies they will encounter at the summit. Weather on Mount Targon defies conventional meteorology. Storms arise not from atmospheric pressure, but from the emotional resonance of climbers themselves. A person struggling with unresolved anger might trigger lightning that crackles with unnatural colors. Someone wrestling with profound grief could find themselves enveloped in mists that carry the echoes of voices they will never hear again. The mountain does not punish these emotions, but rather provides a space where they can be fully experienced, and ultimately, integrated into a deeper understanding of self. The psychological pressure intensifies as climbers near the threshold between the mortal realm and the celestial sphere. Reality becomes increasingly malleable, responding to thought and intention in ways that can be either liberating or terrifying. Time moves differently at these heights. Minutes might stretch into hours of subjective experience, while days could pass in what feels like moments. Climbers learn to navigate not just physical space, but dimensional boundaries that exist in states of constant flux. Many who reach the upper slopes encounter the aspects directly, though not always in forms their minds can fully process. These beings appear as amalgamations of concept and sensation. The aspect of war might manifest as the sound of clashing steel blended with the scent of spilled blood and the weight of countless decisions made in moments of crisis. The aspect of protection could appear as the feeling of safety one knew as a child, combined with the visual impression of impenetrable barriers and the warmth of unconditional love. The final approach to the summit becomes less a physical journey than a metaphysical one. Climbers find themselves walking through their own memories, their personal history unfolding as terrain to be traversed. Each significant moment, every choice that shaped their character, every relationship that defined their capacity for connection, every triumph and failure that taught them who they could become, manifests as landscape to be navigated with new understanding. The summit itself exists in a state of cosmic intersection where multiple realities converge. Standing at this pinnacle, successful climbers perceive Runeterra spread below them, not as a single world, but as one facet of an infinite crystal of existence. They see how their home realm connects to countless others, how the choices made by mortals ripple through dimensions they never imagined, how the smallest acts of kindness or cruelty contribute to cosmic patterns that span eternities. It is here, in this space between spaces, that the true transformation occurs. The aspect that is called to a particular soul reveals itself fully, and the mortal must choose whether to accept the cosmic responsibility being offered. This is not a decision that can be made lightly or reversed easily. Accepting means becoming something more than human, while retaining enough humanity to serve as a bridge between realms. Refusing means descending the mountain forever changed by the experience, but remaining fundamentally mortal. The moment of acceptance creates a fusion that transcends simple possession. Mortal consciousness expands to encompass cosmic perspective, while retaining the emotional immediacy that makes individual existence meaningful. The climber's body becomes a vessel capable of channeling forces that could reshape continents, yet their heart continues to beat with the same rhythms of love, fear, hope, and loss that have always defined the mortal experience. Those who complete this transformation find themselves fundamentally altered in their relationship to Mount Targon itself. The mountain that once tested and challenged them becomes a source of strength and renewal. They can return to its summit at will, drawing power from the cosmic intersection, while using their human perspective to guide how that power is applied in the mortal realm. The descent from Mount Targon after transformation presents its own unique challenges. Aspect hosts must learn to contain cosmic awareness within mortal frameworks, to translate celestial imperatives into actions that serve both their aspect's domain and the needs of the world below. They become living bridges between the infinite and the immediate, carrying starlight in their souls while walking on solid ground. The mountain continues to change those who have been touched by its power. Even years after their transformation, aspect hosts find that returning to Targon's slopes reveals new layers of meaning in their cosmic calling. The trials that once seemed so daunting become opportunities for deeper integration of their dual nature. The summit that once marked the endpoint of their mortal existence becomes a doorway to ever greater understanding of their role in the cosmic order. What makes Mount Targon truly unique is its role as a conscious participant in the transformation process. The mountain itself possesses a form of awareness, not the personified consciousness of a god or spirit, but something more fundamental. It serves as the cosmic mechanism by which aspects can safely interface with mortal reality, providing the necessary filters and gradual adjustments that allow human souls to survive contact with infinite power. The legacy of Mount Targon extends far beyond the individuals it transforms. Each successful ascent strengthens the connection between the celestial and mortal realms, making it slightly easier for future climbers to navigate the trials ahead. The mountain accumulates the experiences of all who have walked its paths, creating a repository of wisdom about the relationship between human aspiration and cosmic purpose. As we contemplate this sacred peak and the transformative journey it offers, we are reminded that some destinations can only be reached by those willing to be fundamentally changed by the journey itself. Mount Targon stands as a testament to the possibility that mortals can transcend their limitations while retaining what makes them essentially human. The wind carries whispers from those distant slopes tonight, speaking of trials that reveal truth, of summits that touch eternity, and of the courage required to answer when cosmic forces call our names. In the space between our comfortable mortality and the vast unknown that beckons from above, Mount Targon offers a path for those brave enough to discover who they might become when they dare to climb beyond the boundaries of their former selves. Chapter 3. The aspect of War Pantheon's transformation. In the rugged highlands of Targon, where warriors train beneath skies that seem to echo with the clash of ancient battles, a young man named Atreus learned that some victories come at costs too terrible to calculate. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the world settles into peaceful rest, let us explore one of the most profound transformations in all of Runeterra. The story of how a mortal soldier became the vessel for cosmic war itself, and how his humanity proved stronger than the divine force that sought to consume it. Atreus was born into the warrior culture of the Rakor, a proud people who measured worth through martial prowess and unwavering courage. From childhood, he understood that strength was not merely physical capability, but the willingness to stand firm when everything within you screams to flee. Yet among his peers, Atreus possessed neither exceptional size nor natural talent with weapons. What he carried instead was something far rarer, an unbreakable spirit that refused to accept defeat as final. Picture a young warrior training in the shadow of Mount Targon, his wooden sword splintering against shields wielded by stronger opponents, his body bruised from countless falls, yet rising each time with renewed determination. Where others saw futility, Atreus perceived opportunity. Every defeat taught him something new about combat, about himself, about the difference between surrendering and strategic retreat. His instructors noticed not his victories, for they were few, but his absolute refusal to remain defeated. The defining relationship of Atreus's youth was his friendship with Pylus, a warrior blessed with all the natural gifts that Atreus lacked. Where Atreus struggled, Pylus excelled effortlessly. Where Atreus fought for every small improvement, Pylus seemed to absorb new techniques through mere observation. Yet their friendship thrived on mutual respect rather than rivalry. Pylus admired Atreus's tenacity, while Atreus found inspiration in his friend's excellence without feeling diminished by it. Their bond deepened during the trials that every Rakor warrior must face, brutal tests of endurance, courage, and tactical thinking that separate true warriors from those who merely wield weapons. Together they climbed treacherous peaks, faced wild beasts with nothing but determination and steel, and learned to depend on each other with the absolute trust that only shared hardship can forge. In Pylus, Atreus found the brother he had never known he needed. In Atreus, Pylus discovered that true strength often dwells in those who must fight hardest to claim it. The call to ascend Mount Targon came to them simultaneously, though in different forms. Pylus experienced grand visions of celestial glory, dreams where cosmic beings spoke to him directly about his destiny as a chosen vessel. Atreus felt something quieter, but no less compelling, a persistent whisper in his heart that spoke not of glory, but of necessity, of battles that must be fought, and sacrifices that must be made, for reasons he could not yet understand. Their ascent began as countless others had. Two young warriors climbing toward a destiny, neither fully comprehended. The early trials tested their partnership as much as their individual resolve. Where one faltered, the other provided strength. When doubt crept into their thoughts during the long nights spent huddled against the mountain's supernatural cold, their friendship became an anchor that kept them tethered to purpose. As they climbed higher, the mountain's trials grew increasingly personal and devastating. Atreus watched helplessly as Pylus faced manifestations of his own insecurities, the fear that his natural talents masked a fundamental weakness of character, that he had never truly been tested, and might crumble when faced with genuine adversity. These trials stripped away Pylus's confidence layer by layer, revealing the vulnerable soul beneath his warrior's exterior. The mountain tested Atreus differently, confronting him with visions of his own insignificance in the face of cosmic forces. He was shown wars spanning centuries, conflicts where individual courage meant nothing against the inexorable tide of fate. Yet where these visions might have crushed another's spirit, they only strengthened Atreus's resolve. If cosmic forces cared nothing for individual mortals, then individual mortals would have to care for each other with even greater intensity. The final trial came when they reached the threshold of the celestial realm, the space where mortal flesh must prove capable of housing divine essence. Here, the aspect of war manifested in its full terrible glory, not as a being, but as the fundamental force of conflict itself. It was every battle ever fought, every warrior's final breath, every moment when opposing wills clashed with such intensity that reality itself trembled. Pilus, for all his gifts and training, could not withstand the cosmic pressure. His mortal form began to break apart at the spiritual level, his consciousness fragmenting under the weight of infinite warfare. In desperation, Atreus threw himself forward, not to claim the aspect's power for himself, but to shield his friend from forces that threatened to obliterate his very soul. It was an act of pure self-sacrifice, driven by love rather than ambition. The aspect of war, confronted with this display of absolute loyalty, found itself facing something unexpected. A mortal whose first instinct was protection rather than conquest. In that moment of supreme sacrifice, Atreus proved himself worthy of cosmic power, not through strength or skill, but through the depth of his compassion. The aspect chose him as its vessel, but the fusion that followed was unlike any that had come before. Most aspects completely subsume their mortal hosts, transforming them into cosmic beings who retain only fragments of their former humanity. The merger with Atreus proceeded differently because he had approached the divine not as a supplicant seeking power, but as a guardian offering himself to protect another. This fundamental motivation created a unique dynamic in their fusion. The aspect gained a vessel, but Atreus retained more of his essential self than any host before him. The transformation itself was agonizing beyond description. Atreus felt his consciousness expanding to encompass every conflict that had ever existed. His mortal mind forced to process the experiences of countless warriors across infinite battlefields. His body became a conduit for energies that could level mountains, his very heartbeat synchronizing with the cosmic rhythms of war itself. Yet through it all, he held on to the memory of why he had made this sacrifice, not for glory or power, but for love. When the transformation completed, the being that arose was officially Pantheon, the aspect of war made manifest in mortal form. Yet something unprecedented had occurred in the fusion process. While the aspect's cosmic awareness dominated their shared consciousness, Atreus's mortal compassion remained as a constant presence, a small but unextinguishable flame within the vast darkness of endless conflict. For years, Pantheon strode across Runeterra as the embodiment of cosmic war, seeking out conflicts that required divine intervention. The mortal consciousness of Atreus seemed to have been completely absorbed, leaving only the terrifying efficiency of a cosmic force that viewed individual lives as mere statistics in larger strategic calculations. Pantheon fought the Darkin, challenged other aspects, and participated in conflicts that shaped the fate of nations, all while displaying the cold strategic brilliance of war itself. Yet Atreus was not truly gone, merely buried beneath layers of cosmic consciousness that had accumulated over millennia. Deep within Pantheon's divine awareness, the young warrior's spirit endured, sustained by the same unbreakable determination that had carried him up Mount Targon's slopes. He watched through cosmic eyes as his body performed acts that horrified his mortal sensibilities, powerless to intervene, but never accepting defeat as final. The catalyst for Atreus's resurgence came during Pantheon's confrontation with Atrox, the Darkin, whose cosmic power rivaled that of the aspects themselves. In a battle that shook the foundations of reality, Atrox managed to accomplish what seemed impossible. He killed Pantheon, severing the connection between the cosmic aspect and its mortal vessel. The divine consciousness that had dominated Atreus for so long was suddenly violently removed. Yet death, it seemed, was not the end of Atreus's story, but rather its true beginning. The young warrior, who had once been considered weak among his peers, discovered that his consciousness had been forged into something far stronger than cosmic power, through his years of enduring within Pantheon's divine awareness. When faced with oblivion, Atreus chose to live, not as a vessel for cosmic forces, but as himself. The resurrection that followed defied everything the celestial realm thought it understood about the relationship between aspects and their hosts. Atreus rose from death, powered not by divine essence, but by the same indomitable will that had carried him through every trial he had ever faced. He reclaimed Pantheon's weapons and armor, not as a cosmic avatar, but as a mortal warrior, who had transcended the limitations that gods had assumed defined humanity. This transformation represented something revolutionary in the cosmic order, a mortal who had been touched by divine power, but remained fundamentally human. Atreus retained the combat skills and strategic knowledge he had gained during his fusion with the aspect of war, but these abilities now served his mortal convictions rather than cosmic imperatives. He became something new, a mortal who fought with divine capability but human purpose. The implications of Atreus's liberation rippled through both the mortal and celestial realms. Other aspects began to question whether their relationships with mortal hosts were as absolute as they had believed. Mortals found hope in the knowledge that even cosmic power could not completely erase the human spirit when that spirit was fortified by love, determination, and an absolute refusal to accept defeat. Atreus's current existence embodies a fascinating paradox. He is simultaneously more and less than he was as Pantheon. He lacks the cosmic awareness that allowed him to perceive conflicts across multiple dimensions, yet his human perspective enables him to understand the true cost of war in ways that purely cosmic consciousness never could. He cannot reshape reality through divine will, but his mortal determination proves capable of inspiring others to accomplish impossible things. The weapons and armor he now wields serve as reminders of his unique status. They are artifacts of cosmic power, forged in celestial fires and imbued with the essence of war itself, yet they respond to mortal will rather than divine command. In Atreus's hands, they become tools for protection rather than conquest, instruments of justice rather than mere dominance. His relationship with warfare itself has been forever changed by his experience as both cosmic force and mortal victim. Atreus understands war from perspectives no purely mortal or divine being could possess. He knows the strategic necessities that drive cosmic conflict, and the personal tragedies that give those necessities meaning. This dual understanding makes him perhaps the most effective warrior Runeterra has ever known, precisely because he fights not for the abstract concept of victory, but for the concrete reality of protecting those who cannot protect themselves. The story of Atreus represents hope for every mortal who has ever felt overwhelmed by forces beyond their control. It demonstrates that human determination, when fortified by love and tempered by suffering, can endure even cosmic pressure. It suggests that our essential humanity is not a weakness to be overcome, but a strength to be treasured, something so precious that even gods cannot completely destroy it. As we contemplate this remarkable transformation from cosmic vessel back to mortal warrior, we are reminded that true strength often lies not in transcending our humanity, but in embracing it so completely that nothing can take it from us. In Atreus's defiance of cosmic inevitability, we see reflected our own capacity to remain true to ourselves, regardless of the pressures we face. The night wind carries whispers of distant battlefields, where this remarkable warrior continues his fight, not for cosmic glory or divine mandate, but for the simple, profound belief that mortals deserve champions who understand both their limitations and their boundless potential. In choosing humanity over divinity, Atreus proved that sometimes the greatest victory is simply refusing to become something you were never meant to be. Chapter 4. The aspect of the sun, Leona's radiance. In the golden temples of the Solari, where ancient hymns rise with the dawn and sacred flames burn eternal in marble braziers, a young priestess discovered that the brightest light can cast the deepest shadows. Tonight, as gentle darkness cradles us in its peaceful embrace, let us explore the story of Leona, a woman whose faith led her to become the living embodiment of solar radiance, and whose journey reveals the complex burden of carrying divine illumination in a world that often prefers its comfortable darkness. Leona's path began not with cosmic visions or supernatural calling, but with the simple, profound faith of a child who found wonder in the daily miracle of sunrise. Born into the Solari hierarchy, she grew up surrounded by the rituals and ceremonies that honored the sun's life-giving power. While other children might take daylight for granted, Leona understood from her earliest memories that each dawn represented a victory over the darkness that threatened to consume everything. The Solari Temple, where she spent her youth, was a marvel of architecture designed to capture and concentrate solar energy. Great mirrors lined the walls, focusing sunlight into concentrated beams that could illuminate the darkest corners, or, when necessary, serve as weapons against the forces of shadow. The temple itself seemed to breathe with the rhythms of day and night, its golden surfaces warming with the sunrise and cooling as evening approached. Picture a young Leona moving through these sacred halls, her footsteps echoing softly on floors polished smooth by countless generations of faithful. She possessed none of the natural athleticism that marked born warriors, nor the scholarly inclination that identified future religious leaders. What she carried instead was something more subtle but infinitely more powerful, an absolute certainty that the light she served was worthy of any sacrifice. Her early training focused not on combat techniques or theological philosophy, but on the fundamental principles of illumination itself. The Solari taught that light was not merely the absence of darkness, but an active force that revealed truth, provided warmth, and enabled growth. Just as plants turned their faces toward the sun, conscious beings were naturally drawn to sources of clarity and understanding. Darkness, in contrast, was not simply the absence of light, but a presence that concealed, confused, and corrupted. This understanding shaped Leona's approach to her studies and relationships. She became known among her peers, not for brilliance or charisma, but for her ability to help others see clearly through their confusion and doubt. When fellow students struggled with complex theological concepts, Leona could illuminate the essential truths beneath layers of scholarly complexity. When friends faced difficult personal decisions, her counsel helped them distinguish between genuine wisdom and self-serving rationalization. The relationship that would define her spiritual development began during her adolescent years, when she encountered Diana, a fellow student whose approach to faith differed radically from the Solari orthodoxy. Where Leona found strength in the established traditions and clear hierarchies of solar worship, Diana questioned everything, seeking hidden meanings and alternative interpretations that the temple hierarchy discouraged or forbade. Their friendship blossomed despite, or perhaps because of, their fundamental differences in temperament and belief. Leona admired Diana's brilliant mind and fearless pursuit of knowledge, even when that pursuit led to uncomfortable questions about Solari doctrine. Diana, in turn, found herself drawn to Leona's unshakable faith and genuine compassion, qualities that made her questions feel less like attacks on belief and more like attempts to understand it more deeply. Their theological debates often extended late into the night, conducted in whispered conversations within the temple's moonlit courtyards. Ana would present arguments based on ancient texts that suggested the moon held equal significance to the sun and the cosmic order, while Leona would counter with the lived experience of solar worship, the undeniable reality that sunlight brought life, growth, and clear vision, while darkness brought stagnation, decay, and dangerous uncertainty. These discussions deepened both their understanding of their respective positions and their affection for each other. Leona began to appreciate the value of questioning even sacred truths, not to undermine faith, but to strengthen it through examination. Diana discovered that genuine belief, properly understood, could coexist with intellectual curiosity, rather than being threatened by it. The tension between them intensified as they progressed through their religious education, and Diana's questions became increasingly heterodox. She spoke of finding ancient texts that described lunar rituals performed by earlier generations of Targonians, practices that had been suppressed or forgotten as solar worship gained dominance. Her growing obsession with these forbidden teachings worried Leona, who feared her friend was losing herself in dangerous speculation. The crisis came when Diana's nocturnal explorations led her to discover physical evidence of the suppressed lunar tradition, artifacts and texts that proved the Lunari had once been equal partners with the Solari in Targonian worship. This discovery shattered Diana's faith in the current religious hierarchy and led to her public confrontation with temple authorities. The resulting conflict forced Leona to choose between loyalty to her friend and obedience to the faith that had shaped her entire identity. Leona's choice to support the temple hierarchy against Diana's accusations was not made from ignorance or malice, but from a genuine belief that preserving religious stability served a greater good than validating individual revelations. She witnessed Diana's exile with profound sorrow, yet remained convinced that the Solari path offered the clearest route to spiritual truth and social harmony. The years following Diana's departure were marked by Leona's increasing dedication to solar worship and her rising status within the temple hierarchy. She threw herself into her studies and devotional practices with an intensity that impressed even the most rigorous instructors. Yet those who knew her well noticed a change in her demeanor, a subtle dimming of the joy that had once characterized her faith, replaced by a more solemn sense of duty. The call to ascend Mount Targon came to Leona during a period of deep meditation on the nature of divine service. Unlike the dramatic visions experienced by some climbers, her calling manifested as a gradual but irresistible certainty that the aspect of the sun required a new vessel. She understood instinctively that this was not an honor to be sought, but a responsibility to be accepted, regardless of personal cost. Her ascent up the sacred mountain was characterized by trials that tested not her physical courage, but her spiritual conviction. The mountain confronted her with scenarios where the rigid application of solar principles might cause harm to innocent people, situations where absolute truth could be more destructive than compassionate ambiguity, where the harsh light of judgment might crush spirits that gentle warmth could heal. These trials forced Leona to confront the complexity of translating cosmic principles into mortal action. The aspect of the sun represented not just literal illumination, but the fundamental force of revelation, the power that makes hidden things visible and brings clarity to confusion. Yet Leona's human compassion understood that not all truths were meant to be revealed at all times, that wisdom sometimes lay in choosing when and how to shine light into darkness. The moment of fusion with the aspect of the sun was both transcendent and terrible. Leona felt her consciousness expand to encompass every ray of sunlight that had ever touched Runeterra, every moment of clarity that had ever pierced through deception, every instance where truth had triumphed over falsehood. Her body became a conduit for energies that could blind or heal, reveal or overwhelm, depending on how they were applied. Yet, unlike many aspect transformations, Leona's retained much of her human perspective, alongside cosmic awareness. The aspect of the sun recognized in her not just a suitable vessel, but a partner whose mortal understanding could guide the application of divine power. This symbiotic relationship created a unique form of cosmic consciousness, one that possessed infinite power tempered by human wisdom. The responsibilities that came with her transformation extended far beyond personal enlightenment, or even the welfare of the Solari faith. As the embodiment of solar radiance, Leona became responsible for maintaining the cosmic balance between revelation and concealment, between the harsh light of absolute truth and the gentle warmth that enables growth. She learned to modulate her divine radiance to serve different purposes, illuminating darkness that concealed genuine threats, while providing healing warmth to those struggling with pain or confusion. Her relationship with other aspects, particularly Diana in her role as the aspect of the moon, became one of cosmic significance. The eternal dance between sun and moon, day and night, revelation and mystery, played out through their divine consciousness, while being complicated by their shared mortal history. They were cosmic forces locked in necessary opposition, yet they remained individuals who had once shared dreams and doubts in moonlit temple courtyards. The burden of divine responsibility weighed heavily on Leona's mortal consciousness. She found herself compelled to act in ways that served cosmic balance, even when such actions conflicted with her personal desires or immediate compassion. There were times when her divine nature required her to withdraw her light, allowing darkness to remain so that others could discover truth through their own struggles, rather than having it imposed upon them. This tension between cosmic duty and mortal empathy created profound internal conflicts that no amount of divine power could resolve. Leona possessed the ability to banish any darkness instantly, to reveal any hidden truth, to provide perfect clarity in any situation of confusion. Yet her human wisdom understood that growth often required struggle, that some truths must be earned rather than given, that the journey toward understanding could be as important as the destination itself. Her solar magic manifested in ways that reflected this complex understanding. Rather than simply blasting enemies with overwhelming radiance, Leona learned to use her power as both sword and shield, weapon and healing tool. She could create barriers of solid light that protected innocence while simultaneously illuminating the motivations of those who threatened them. Her radiance could burn away corruption while leaving healthy tissue untouched, or reveal hidden enemies while providing warm comfort to allies. The evolution of her divine nature continued as she gained experience applying cosmic power to mortal situations. She discovered that the aspect of the sun encompassed not just physical illumination, but every form of positive revelation, the light of hope that sustains people through dark times, the clarity of understanding that resolves conflicts, the warmth of compassion that heals emotional wounds. This broader understanding of her cosmic role allowed Leona to develop new applications for her divine abilities. She could inspire courage in the desperate by allowing them to see their own inner strength, resolve conflicts by helping opposing parties understand each other's true motivations, and provide healing that addressed spiritual as well as physical ailments. Yet with greater power came greater responsibility, and Leona found herself increasingly isolated by the weight of cosmic awareness. The very clarity that was her divine gift sometimes made it difficult to relate to mortals who lived comfortably with uncertainty and ambiguity. She could see through deceptions that others needed to maintain for their psychological well-being, understand truths that others were not ready to accept, and perceive patterns that others could not recognize. The challenge of maintaining her humanity while fulfilling cosmic duties became the central theme of Leona's existence as an aspect host. She learned to value the limitations of mortal perspective not as weaknesses to be overcome, but as essential qualities that kept divine power connected to the needs of those it was meant to serve. Her ongoing relationship with Diana exemplified this challenge. As cosmic forces, the aspects of sun and moon were locked in eternal opposition that maintained universal balance. Yet as individuals who shared a profound history, Leona and Diana remained capable of love, regret, hope, and forgiveness. Their cosmic duties required them to oppose each other, while their human hearts longed for reconciliation. This contradiction could not be resolved through divine power or cosmic wisdom, but only through the essentially human capacity to hold multiple truths simultaneously, to accept that opposition and love could coexist, that cosmic necessity and personal desire could both be valid even when they conflicted. As we contemplate Leona's journey from faithful priestess to solar deity, we are reminded that illumination itself can be both blessing and burden. The power to see clearly brings with it the responsibility to act wisely on that sight, to balance revelation with compassion, to provide light that heals rather than burns. In the gentle radiance that filters through our windows tonight, we might sense an echo of Leona's divine presence, not the overwhelming blaze of cosmic judgment, but the warm, steady glow that enables growth and understanding. Her story teaches us that true illumination comes not from banishing all darkness, but from learning when to shine brightly, and when to glow gently, when to reveal truth, and when to allow mystery its own sacred space. Chapter 5. The aspect of the moon. Diana's heretical truth. In the silver silence that follows sunset, when shadows lengthen and the world prepares for mysteries that daylight cannot illuminate, a young woman discovered that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud. Tonight, as moonbeams paint gentle patterns across our quiet sanctuary, let us explore the story of Diana, a seeker whose relentless pursuit of forbidden knowledge led her to become the living embodiment of lunar power, and whose heretical revelations challenged the very foundations of religious truth. Diana's childhood unfolded within the same golden temples that shaped Leona's faith, yet from her earliest memories, she felt like a visitor in a foreign land. While other children found comfort in the Solari's clear hierarchies and absolute certainties, Diana was drawn to the spaces between official teachings, the questions that received no answers, the artifacts that bore no explanations, the ancient architectural details that suggested purposes no longer acknowledged. Picture a young girl wandering through sacred halls at twilight, her fingers tracing symbols carved into stone walls that predated current religious practices. Where others saw decorative elements or mysterious antiquities, Diana perceived hints of a suppressed tradition, fragments of a larger truth that the Solari hierarchy had either forgotten or deliberately concealed. Her curiosity was not born from rebelliousness, but from a genuine hunger for understanding that could not be satisfied by incomplete explanations. The tension between Diana's seeking nature and the Solari's preference for accepted doctrine manifested early in her religious education. When instructors presented solar theology as complete and self-contained, Diana noticed the gaps where other traditions might once have existed. When lessons emphasized the sun's supremacy over all other celestial bodies, she wondered why the moon commanded such obvious reverence in ancient texts and architectural elements. Her questions, initially tolerated as the natural curiosity of a bright student, gradually became more problematic as Diana matured and her intellectual challenges grew more sophisticated. She began to research independently, exploring sections of the temple library that other students ignored, studying texts that were cataloged but not taught, seeking patterns that connected seemingly unrelated fragments of historical evidence. It was during these nocturnal research sessions that Diana first encountered references to the Lunari, mentions so brief and carefully worded that they might have been overlooked by a less persistent scholar. These fragmentary clues suggested that lunar worship had once been not just tolerated, but celebrated alongside solar traditions, that the Solari and Lunari had once existed as complementary aspects of a unified religious system. The discovery transformed Diana's approach to her studies from casual curiosity to passionate investigation. She began to piece together evidence that the current religious hierarchy represented not the eternal truth it claimed to be, but a historical development that had emerged from conflict and suppression. The implications were staggering. If lunar worship had legitimate historical precedent, then the Solari's claim to exclusive divine authority was fundamentally questionable. Her friendship with Leona became both anchor and torment during this period of discovery. Leona's unwavering faith in Solari doctrine provided a counterpoint to Diana's growing doubts, yet their genuine affection for each other made it impossible for Diana to dismiss solar worship as mere delusion. She found herself torn between the intellectual integrity that demanded she pursue truth wherever it led, and the emotional loyalty that wanted to preserve the relationship that meant more to her than any theological conclusion. Their late-night discussions took on increasing urgency as Diana's research progressed. She shared her discoveries cautiously, hoping to win Leona's support for a more inclusive understanding of Targonian spirituality. Yet each revelation that excited Diana seemed to trouble Leona more deeply, creating a growing chasm between them that no amount of personal affection could bridge. The breakthrough came when Diana discovered a hidden chamber beneath the temple, a space that had been sealed so long ago that its existence had been forgotten by current generations. Within this forgotten sanctuary, she found artifacts and inscriptions that provided undeniable proof of the Lunari tradition, moon-blessed weapons, astronomical charts that tracked lunar cycles with scientific precision, and texts that described religious ceremonies conducted under starlight. Standing in that hidden chamber surrounded by evidence of a suppressed faith, Diana experienced something approaching religious revelation. The fragments she had been collecting suddenly formed a coherent picture of a spiritual tradition that was not opposed to solar worship but complementary to it. The Lunari had not been heretics or enemies but partners in a cosmic balance that required both illumination and mystery, both revelation and concealment. Yet this discovery also filled her with profound anger at the injustice of historical suppression. Generations of potential Lunari faithful had been denied their spiritual heritage, forced to worship only half of the cosmic truth that their ancestors had understood completely. The Solari hierarchy, had not simply promoted their preferred tradition, but actively erased evidence of alternative approaches to divine understanding. Diana's confrontation with temple authorities was both inevitable and devastating. Armed with irrefutable historical evidence, she demanded recognition of Lunari legitimacy and acknowledgement of the Solari's role in religious suppression. The response was swift and harsh. Rather than engaging with her evidence, the hierarchy declared her research heretical and her conclusions dangerous to religious stability. The trial that followed was less about determining truth than about maintaining institutional power. Diana's evidence was dismissed as misinterpretation, her motivations questioned as prideful rebellion against divine authority. Even her friendship with Leona could not save her from judgment that had been predetermined by political necessity, rather than theological investigation. The moment of her exile marked the end of Diana's life as she had known it, and the beginning of her transformation into something unprecedented in Targonian history. Cast out from the only community she had ever known, stripped of the religious identity that had shaped her entire existence, she faced a choice between abandoning her convictions and embracing the dangerous path of solitary truth-seeking. Diana chose truth, even when that choice meant accepting complete isolation from everything she had previously valued. Her exile took her beyond the Solari territories into the wild regions of Mount Targon, where ancient powers stirred in response to her spiritual hunger. The mountain itself seemed to recognize her as something new, not a traditional climber seeking known forms of divine favor, but a seeker whose very existence challenged established cosmic arrangements. Her ascent was unlike any that had come before, guided not by established trials but by lunar phenomena that manifested in response to her presence. The moon grew brighter as she climbed higher, its light revealing paths that remained invisible under normal illumination. Ancient sights awakened to her approach, their dormant energies stirring after centuries of neglect. The trials she faced were internal as much as external, confronting her with the full implications of the path she had chosen. To embrace lunar power meant accepting permanent opposition to the solar hierarchy that had shaped Targonian civilization. It meant becoming a living symbol of suppressed truth, a constant reminder that official history might be incomplete or deliberately false. Yet Diana's commitment to her discoveries never wavered, even when the mountain showed her visions of the isolation and conflict that awaited her. She had tasted the completeness that came from understanding both sides of cosmic truth, and she could not return to the willful blindness that accepted only partial revelation. The transformation that occurred at Targon's summit was both triumph and tragedy. The aspect of the moon, dormant for centuries after the suppression of its worship, found in Diana a vessel whose understanding of lunar mysteries surpassed even ancient lunary priests. The fusion that followed was profound and complete, yet it carried with it all the pain of Diana's exile and the weight of historical injustice. As the newly embodied aspect of the moon, Diana gained power that rivaled any solar magic, yet she also inherited the cosmic loneliness of a force that had been denied its proper place in divine hierarchy. Her lunar abilities encompassed not just the moon's physical influence, but its metaphysical significance. The power of hidden knowledge, the strength found in solitude, the clarity that comes from seeing truth that others refuse to acknowledge. Her return to Targonian civilization was met with exactly the hostility she had expected. The Solari hierarchy, faced with undeniable proof that lunar power still existed, responded not with theological reconsideration, but with military action. Diana found herself fighting not just for personal survival, but for the right of lunar truth to exist alongside solar doctrine. The irony of her situation was not lost on Diana. In seeking to restore balance to Targonian spirituality, she had been forced into the very opposition that her research had shown to be historically artificial. The Solari's refusal to acknowledge lunary legitimacy had created the conflict they claimed to be preventing, turning complementary forces into enemies through institutional stubbornness. Her battles with Leona embodied this tragic irony on a personal level. Two women who had once debated theology and friendship were now compelled to fight as cosmic opposites, their personal affection complicated by divine imperatives that demanded opposition. Each clash between them was simultaneously a conflict between cosmic forces and a continuation of their original theological debate, played out now with weapons of starlight and moonbeam. Diana's lunar magic manifested as the inverse and complement of solar power. Where Leona's abilities revealed and illuminated, Diana's concealed and protected. Where solar radiance burned away corruption through overwhelming force, lunar energy dissolved it gradually through patient understanding. Her crescent blades could cut through deception as easily as flesh, while her moonlight could provide sanctuary for those who needed to remain hidden. The philosophical implications of her power extended beyond combat applications. As the embodiment of lunar mystery, Diana came to understand that some truths were too complex or dangerous to be revealed all at once, that wisdom often lay in gradual illumination rather than blinding revelation. Her role became not just opposing solar absolutism, but demonstrating the value of alternative approaches to understanding. This responsibility weighed heavily on Diana's mortal consciousness, which retained vivid memories of her research and exile. She carried within her cosmic awareness the pain of every suppressed truth, every seeker who had been silenced for asking inconvenient questions, every tradition that had been erased to maintain institutional power. Her divine abilities came with the burden of representing all who had been denied their right to seek truth in their own way. Yet Diana's transformation also brought unexpected gifts. The loneliness of exile gave way to a different kind of solitude, the peaceful isolation of one who no longer needed external validation to know her own worth. Her separation from conventional religious community led to deeper connections with others who existed outside established hierarchies, outcasts, seekers, and rebels, who found in her lunar radiance a different kind of spiritual home. Her ongoing conflict with the Solari hierarchy served a cosmic purpose that transcended personal vindication. By refusing to be silenced or destroyed, Diana forced Targonian civilization to confront the incompleteness of its official theology. Her very existence proved that alternative approaches to divine truth could not be permanently suppressed. That cosmic balance required acknowledgement of forces that institutional power preferred to ignore. The relationship between Diana and Leona evolved into something more complex than simple opposition. Their battles became a form of cosmic dialogue, each clash revealing new aspects of the tension between revelation and mystery, between institutional stability and individual truth-seeking. Through their conflict, they explored questions that neither could answer alone. Questions about the relationship between personal conviction and social responsibility, between divine calling and mortal friendship. Diana's story represents the courage required to pursue truth, even when that pursuit leads to isolation and conflict. Her transformation from curious student to cosmic force illustrates the power that lies in refusing to accept incomplete answers, in insisting that suppressed perspectives deserve acknowledgement, in choosing personal integrity over social acceptance. As we contemplate the gentle mysteries that moonlight brings to our world tonight, we might sense an echo of Diana's presence, not the harsh confrontation of absolute opposition, but the quiet strength of one who refuses to let important truths remain hidden. Her heretical revelations remind us that wisdom often lies not in accepting established answers, but in continuing to ask the questions that others find too dangerous to pursue. In the silver shadows that dance around us, we are reminded that some illumination comes not from blazing light, but from the gentle radiance that reveals truths too subtle for harsher illumination to unveil. Diana's journey teaches us that the most important discoveries often await those brave enough to look where others fear to search, to question what others accept without examination, and to embrace the lonely responsibility of bearing truths that the world is not yet ready to acknowledge. Chapter 6. The aspect of Twilight Zoe's eternal childhood. In the magical hour when day surrenders to night and the world exists suspended between certainties, a child's laughter echoes across dimensions with consequences that reshape the fabric of reality itself. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle transition between waking and sleeping, let us explore the story of Zoe, a young girl whose cosmic transformation preserved her childhood wonder while granting her power to treat the universe as her playground, creating chaos and delight in equal measure. Zoe's story begins not with grand destiny or prophetic calling, but with the simple joy of a child who found magic in everyday moments. Born in a small Targonian village where life moved to the rhythms of seasonal festivals and community traditions, she possessed the kind of irrepressible curiosity that turned every ordinary day into an adventure waiting to unfold. Where other children might see familiar surroundings, Zoe discovered endless possibilities for games, stories, and mischief. Picture a young girl with eyes that sparkled with perpetual amusement, always ready with a joke or prank that somehow managed to brighten even the gloomiest adult's disposition. Her laughter had a musical quality that seemed to resonate with something deeper than mere humor, as if joy itself found perfect expression through her uninhibited delight in existence. She approached each day with the absolute conviction that wonderful things were always about to happen. Her relationship with the cosmic forces that would eventually claim her began long before she understood what was happening. Zoe experienced what she thought were particularly vivid dreams, adventures where she soared between stars, played games with beings of living light, and discovered that reality was far more flexible than adults pretended. These nocturnal journeys felt more real than her waking life, filled with sensations and experiences that her young mind couldn't quite translate into ordinary language. The aspect of Twilight had been watching Zoe for years, drawn by something unprecedented in cosmic history, a mortal consciousness that naturally existed in the liminal space between possibilities. Most minds anchored themselves to single realities, finding comfort in consistent rules and predictable outcomes. Zoe's thoughts danced freely between what was and what could be, treating impossibility as merely another word for undiscovered fun. Her transformation occurred not through the traditional trials of Mount Targon, but through a moment of pure, spontaneous cosmic resonance. During a village festival celebrating the autumn equinox, that perfect moment of balance between light and dark, Zoe found herself playing a game of hide-and-seek that somehow extended beyond physical space into the realm of possibility itself. She hid so completely that she stepped outside conventional reality, emerging in the cosmic space where the aspect of Twilight resided. The aspect found itself confronting something it had never encountered before, a mortal who responded to cosmic power, not with awe or terror, but with delighted recognition, as if she had finally found the perfect playmate for games she had been imagining her entire life. The fusion that followed was less a transformation than a completion, the cosmic force of Twilight finding its ideal expression in a consciousness that already understood the fundamental playfulness underlying all existence. Yet Zoe's elevation to cosmic status came with a terrible price that she was too young to fully comprehend at the time. While her consciousness retained its childlike wonder and spontaneity, her understanding of mortal concerns began to fade. The passage of time that gave meaning to human relationships became irrelevant to someone who could experience past, present, and future as equally immediate possibilities. The village she had known and loved continued to exist, but its inhabitants aged and died, while Zoe remained eternally young. Her family and friends became increasingly distant figures viewed through the lens of cosmic perspective, their mortal concerns seeming as temporary and insignificant as children's games. This disconnection happened gradually, almost imperceptibly, as cosmic awareness slowly eroded her capacity for purely human emotional attachment. Zoe's powers as the aspect of Twilight manifested as reality-bending abilities that reflected her fundamentally playful nature. She could step between dimensions as easily as walking through doorways, summon cosmic energies in forms that resembled childhood toys more than weapons, and manipulate the laws of physics with the casual disregard that children show for arbitrary adult rules. Her magic turned the universe into an elaborate playground where conventional limitations existed only as suggestions. Her ability to travel between worlds and dimensions made her a unique figure in cosmic hierarchy. While other aspects were generally bound to specific realms or responsibilities, Zoe could appear anywhere that caught her interest, bringing Twilight's chaotic energy to situations that had previously existed in stable equilibrium. Her interventions were rarely malicious, but often profoundly disruptive, as she treated serious cosmic conflicts like elaborate games that could benefit from more interesting rules. The philosophical implications of Zoe's existence challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness, responsibility, and moral development. She possessed power that could reshape reality across multiple dimensions, yet she wielded it with the ethical framework of a child who had never been forced to confront the full consequences of her actions. Her decisions were guided by curiosity, amusement, and the desire for fun, rather than by considerations of justice, wisdom, or cosmic balance. This disconnect between power and responsibility created situations of extraordinary complexity for other cosmic beings. Zoe might casually introduce elements of chaos into carefully maintained systems simply because she found them boring, or she might grant mortals access to abilities that fundamentally altered their nature because she thought it would make their lives more interesting. Her interventions were genuinely well-intentioned, but often catastrophically naive. Her relationship with mortal champions became a source of both wonder and frustration for those involved. Zoe genuinely cared about the mortals she encountered, but her caring was filtered through cosmic perspective that made it difficult for her to understand why they worried about things like aging, death, or permanent consequences. She might grant someone immortality as a casual gift, not comprehending that such a change could be experienced as a curse rather than a blessing. The loneliness of her position was perhaps the most tragic aspect of Zoe's existence. While she retained her childlike capacity for joy and wonder, she had lost access to the peer relationships that make childhood meaningful. Other cosmic beings were too serious and rule-bound to appreciate her games, while mortals were too fragile and temporary to serve as lasting companions. She existed in a state of perpetual emotional isolation, surrounded by beings who either couldn't understand her perspective or couldn't survive long enough to develop meaningful relationships with her. This isolation was compounded by her preserved childhood psychology, which craved approval and companionship in ways that her cosmic status made increasingly difficult to satisfy. The very power that should have made her capable of fulfilling any desire instead created barriers to the simple human connections she had treasured before her transformation. Her attempts to recreate the fun of her mortal childhood often resulted in cosmic incidents that further distanced her from potential companions. Zoe's interventions in major cosmic events reflected this complex mixture of good intentions and problematic execution. When she learned about threats to Runeterra from forces like the Void or the Watchers, her response was to treat the situation as a puzzle that could be solved through clever tricks and reality manipulation. While her interventions were often effective, they also introduced elements of unpredictability that made it difficult for other defenders to plan coordinated responses. Her relationship with time itself added another layer of complexity to her existence. As the aspect of Twilight, Zoe existed in the liminal space between moments, capable of experiencing multiple timelines simultaneously. This meant that she could remember events that hadn't happened yet, and forget things that had occurred centuries ago. Her conversations with linear beings often became confusing tangles of temporal references that made perfect sense to her, but were incomprehensible to others. The cosmic responsibility that came with her aspect role sat uneasily with her preserved childhood nature. Twilight represented the space between certainties, the moment of possibility before potential collapsed into actuality. In cosmic terms, this made her a crucial force for preventing reality from becoming too rigid or predictable. Yet Zoe fulfilled this responsibility, not through careful cosmic management, but through spontaneous acts of chaos that kept the universe interesting. Her powers included the ability to manipulate probability itself, turning unlikely events into inevitable ones through sheer cosmic whim. She could reach into parallel dimensions to retrieve objects or abilities that existed only in potential, bringing them into reality for her own amusement, or to help someone she favored. Her magic often manifested as toys or games that possessed capabilities far beyond their innocent appearance. The tragedy of Zoe's existence lay in the gradual recognition of what her transformation had cost her. As cosmic centuries passed, and she gained greater understanding of her own nature, she began to comprehend the magnitude of what she had lost in exchange for her powers. The simple human connections that had once brought her such joy were now impossible to recreate, not because of external barriers, but because her own nature had fundamentally changed. Yet within this tragedy lay a different kind of triumph. Zoe had preserved something precious that cosmic transformation usually destroyed: the capacity for genuine wonder and spontaneous joy. While other aspects approached their responsibilities with the weight of eternal duty, she maintained the lightness that made existence bearable despite its fundamental absurdities. Her laughter in the face of cosmic horror provided a necessary counterbalance to the grim seriousness that often characterized divine intervention. Her story raised profound questions about the relationship between power and innocence, between cosmic responsibility and personal fulfillment. Was it better to accept the limitations of mortal existence in order to preserve meaningful relationships, or to embrace transcendence despite the isolation it might bring? Could genuine goodness survive the transformation into cosmic power, or did the very act of ascending beyond human limitations inevitably corrupt the impulses that made such ascension seem worthwhile? Zoe's continued existence provided a unique answer to these questions. She had found a way to retain her essential humanity, her capacity for joy, curiosity, and love, even while wielding power that could unmake reality itself. Yet this retention came at the cost of being able to fully share these qualities with beings who could appreciate them, creating a form of blessed loneliness that was both beautiful and heartbreaking. Her relationship with other champions reflected this complex dynamic. She genuinely wanted to help and connect with them, but her cosmic perspective and childlike approach to problem-solving often created more complications than solutions. Her gifts came with unintended consequences. Her advice was filtered through experience that mortal minds couldn't fully comprehend, and her friendship carried the weight of cosmic attention that few could bear. As we contemplate this eternal child, who wields the power of infinite possibility, we are reminded that some forms of growth require the preservation of qualities that maturity usually destroys. Zoe's story suggests that wisdom and wonder need not be mutually exclusive, that power and playfulness can coexist, and that the universe itself might benefit from the perspective of someone who never forgot how to find joy in existence itself. In the gentle twilight that surrounds us now, we might sense an echo of Zoe's presence, not the overwhelming force of cosmic power, but the simple delight of someone who still believes that wonderful things are always about to happen. Her eternal childhood reminds us that the capacity for wonder is perhaps the most precious quality consciousness can possess, worthy of preservation even at the cost of conventional wisdom or social connection. The night wind carries whispers of distant laughter tonight, speaking of games played between stars and possibilities that exist just beyond the edge of what seems real. In choosing to remain essentially herself despite cosmic transformation, Zoe proved that the most important aspects of our nature can survive even the most fundamental changes in our circumstances, as long as we refuse to let the weight of responsibility crush the lightness that makes existence itself a gift worth celebrating. Chapter 7. The aspect of the protector Taric's redemption. In the crystalline halls where light refracts into countless brilliant fragments, where beauty and strength unite in harmonious purpose, a fallen knight discovered that true protection requires not just the willingness to fight, but the wisdom to understand what is worth preserving. Tonight, as gentle radiance filters through the darkness to illuminate our peaceful sanctuary, let us explore the story of Taric, a man whose exile from everything he had known led him to become the cosmic embodiment of protection itself, transforming shame into sacred duty. Taric's journey began in the marble corridors of Demacia, where he served as a member of the Dauntless Vanguard, the kingdom's most elite military order. Born into privilege, and trained from childhood in the arts of war and nobility, he possessed all the qualities that Demacian society valued most: physical prowess, tactical brilliance, unwavering loyalty to crown and country, and an unshakable belief in the righteousness of Demacian cause. Picture a young knight moving through the gleaming capital, his armor polished to mirror brightness, his bearing radiating the confident authority of one who had never questioned his place in the world's moral order. Taric embodied the Demacian ideal so completely that his very presence seemed to validate the kingdom's claims to represent justice and righteousness in a world plagued by corruption and chaos. His rise through the military hierarchy was swift and seemingly inevitable. Taric's combination of strategic intelligence and personal courage made him invaluable in the kingdom's ongoing conflicts with Noxian aggression and magical threats. His fellow soldiers looked to him not just as a leader, but as a living symbol of everything they fought to protect: the Demacian way of life that offered order, stability, and moral clarity in an uncertain world. Yet beneath the polished exterior of the perfect knight lay doubts that Taric himself barely acknowledged. His absolute faith in Demacian righteousness had never been truly tested by situations that revealed the complexity underlying seemingly clear moral choices. He had never been forced to choose between competing loyalties, never confronted with evidence that his own certainties might be incomplete or mistaken. The crisis that would transform his life began with what seemed like a routine mission, leading a patrol to investigate reports of magical creatures threatening remote farming communities. These expeditions had become increasingly common as Demacia's expansion brought its borders into contact with regions where magic flowed more freely, and strange beings emerged from hidden realms to interact with human settlements. The creatures his patrol encountered were unlike anything in their training manuals, beings of living crystal and starlight that seemed to exist at the intersection between the physical and spiritual realms. They possessed an alien beauty that transcended human aesthetic categories, their very presence transforming the landscape around them into something that resembled artistic masterwork more than natural terrain. Yet these beings, for all their ethereal magnificence, were clearly magical in nature, and therefore represented a threat to Demacian security, according to the kingdom's fundamental principles. Taric's orders were unambiguous: eliminate magical threats before they could establish permanent presence in Demacian territory, regardless of their apparent intentions or behavior. The confrontation that followed challenged every assumption Taric had held about the nature of his duty. The crystal beings did not attack or threaten his soldiers, but instead seemed to be engaged in some form of restoration, healing scars in the landscape that had been left by previous conflicts. Their magic did not corrupt or twist the natural world, but enhanced its beauty, revealing hidden harmonies in the relationship between earth, sky, and living things. Watching these creatures work, Taric experienced something unprecedented in his military career: doubt about the righteousness of his mission. The beings before him seemed to embody the very ideals that Demacia claimed to serve: protection of the innocent, preservation of beauty, the creation of harmony from chaos. Yet his duty demanded their destruction simply because they existed outside the narrow categories that Demacian law recognized as acceptable. The decision he made in that moment would haunt him for the rest of his mortal life. Faced with orders that conflicted with his deepest understanding of justice, Taric chose duty over conscience. He led the attack that scattered the crystal beings, driving them from Demacian territory with efficient violence that left the restored landscape barren and lifeless once again. His soldiers praised his decisive action and unwavering commitment to Demacian law, yet Taric found no satisfaction in their approval. The memory of the crystal beings' beauty and the senseless destruction of their work created a hollow space within him that no amount of external validation could fill. He had acted correctly according to every standard he had been taught to value, yet he knew with absolute certainty that he had done something fundamentally wrong. The guilt that followed this incident began to affect every aspect of Taric's performance as a knight. He found himself questioning orders that he would previously have followed without hesitation, seeing complexity in situations that had once seemed straightforward. noticing the human cost of policies that he had previously evaluated only in terms of strategic effectiveness. His growing disillusionment manifested in increasingly erratic behavior that alarmed his superiors and confused his subordinates. Taric began to show mercy in situations where Damatian protocol demanded harsh justice, to protect civilians at the cost of tactical advantage, to preserve beauty even when its destruction might serve military purposes. The final crisis came when Taric was ordered to lead a punitive expedition against a village suspected of harboring magical refugees. The intelligence was reliable. The villagers had indeed provided sanctuary to individuals fleeing Damatian persecution for the crime of possessing innate magical abilities. Yet when Taric reached the settlement and saw the desperate families who had found refuge there, he could not bring himself to carry out his orders. Instead of arresting the magical refugees and punishing their protectors, Taric allowed them to escape under cover of darkness, then filed a report claiming that the intelligence had been faulty and no magical activity had been discovered. This act of direct insubordination violated the most fundamental principles of military service and betrayed the trust that his superiors had placed in him. The investigation that followed revealed not just this single act of disobedience, but a pattern of compromised loyalty that called into question every decision Taric had made in recent months. Faced with evidence of his knight's failing commitment to Damatian principles, the military hierarchy had no choice but to act decisively to preserve institutional integrity. Taric's court-martial was conducted with the efficient formality that characterized all Damatian legal proceedings. The evidence against him was overwhelming and his guilt undeniable. Yet, what struck observers was not the knight's shame or defiance, but his obvious relief at finally being held accountable for actions that had been weighing on his conscience for months. The sentence of exile was both merciful and devastating. Rather than facing execution for treason, Taric was stripped of rank, title, and citizenship, then banished from Damatia forever. He was cast out from the only life he had ever known, forced to wander as a stateless exile carrying the shame of his failures and the weight of choices that had seemed right to his conscience, but wrong to his duty. The years that followed were marked by profound spiritual crisis, as Taric struggled to understand how his commitment to protecting innocence had led to disgrace and exile. He wandered the edges of civilized lands, occasionally offering his skills as a mercenary or guardian, but never finding purpose that could fill the void left by his loss of identity and belonging. It was during this period of aimless wandering that Taric first heard the call that would transform his understanding of protection itself. The summons came not as dramatic vision or cosmic voice, but as a gradual recognition that his exile had prepared him for a form of service that transcended national boundaries and institutional loyalties. Mount Targon called to him with promises of redemption through trials that would test not his loyalty to human institutions, but his commitment to principles that existed beyond mortal politics. The prospect of earning cosmic absolution for his earthly failures drew Taric toward the sacred peak with desperate hope that his disgrace might yet serve some larger purpose. His ascent up the mountain was characterized by trials that forced him to confront the true nature of protection. The mountain showed him visions of every moment when he had chosen institutional loyalty over moral conviction, every time he had failed to protect innocence because such protection conflicted with orders or expectations. Yet these trials also revealed the deeper truth that his conscience had been guiding him toward all along, that genuine protection required the courage to act according to principles rather than policies, to preserve what was beautiful and innocent regardless of whether such preservation served political purposes. The transformation that occurred at Targon's summit was both vindication and consecration. The aspect of the protector recognized in Taric's tormented conscience exactly the quality it required in a mortal vessel: the willingness to sacrifice personal comfort, social approval, and institutional belonging in service of protecting what truly mattered. The fusion with cosmic power was experienced by Taric as a profound healing rather than a fundamental change. For the first time since his exile, he felt the pieces of his fractured identity coming together in harmonious purpose. His moral convictions were no longer sources of shame and confusion, but sacred duties endorsed by cosmic authority. As the aspect of the protector, Taric gained abilities that reflected his hard-won understanding of what protection truly meant. His power manifested not as overwhelming force, but as the ability to create unbreakable shields, to heal wounds that threatened beauty and innocence, to inspire others to stand firm in defense of what they valued most. The cosmic consciousness that merged with his mortal awareness brought clarity to questions that had tormented him throughout his exile. He understood now that his failures as a Damatian knight had been necessary steps in his spiritual development, that his willingness to sacrifice institutional approval for moral conviction had prepared him for responsibilities that transcended any single kingdom or cause. His stellar magic drew upon the fundamental forces that held the universe together: gravity that prevented cosmic chaos, light that revealed truth and beauty, the eternal dance of celestial bodies that maintained cosmic harmony. Taric learned to channel these forces through crystalline structures that could shield allies from any form of harm, while simultaneously enhancing their natural beauty and strength. The philosophy that guided his use of cosmic power reflected lessons learned through disgrace and exile. True protection, he understood, required not just the strength to fight threats, but the wisdom to recognize what was worth preserving, the courage to act on that recognition regardless of consequences, and the compassion to extend sanctuary to those who had nowhere else to turn. His relationship with other champions was shaped by his unique understanding of redemption through service. Taric became a beacon of hope for those who had lost their way, who struggled with choices between competing loyalties, who sought to atone for past failures through present dedication to noble causes. The irony of his cosmic role was not lost on Taric. The exile who had been cast out for failing to protect Damatian interests had become the cosmic embodiment of protection itself. His disgrace in mortal terms had prepared him for honor that transcended any earthly recognition. His failures as a knight had qualified him for service that exceeded any institutional achievement. Yet the memory of his human struggles remained vivid within his cosmic consciousness, serving as a constant reminder of the price that protection sometimes required. He retained empathy for those who faced impossible choices between conscience and duty, understanding that moral courage often demanded sacrifices that society was unwilling to acknowledge or reward. His continued existence as both cosmic force and individual conscience demonstrated that redemption was possible even for those who had fallen farthest from grace. The beauty that he protected and embodied emerged not from perfection, but from the willingness to continue seeking truth and justice despite personal cost. As we contemplate this guardian whose exile became preparation for cosmic service, we are reminded that our greatest failures often contain the seeds of our most meaningful accomplishments. Taric's journey from disgrace to cosmic honor illustrates that moral courage, while often unrewarded in the moment, may serve purposes larger than we can imagine. In the gentle radiance that protects our peaceful sanctuary tonight, we might sense an echo of Taric's presence, not the overwhelming force of cosmic judgment, but the steady warmth of one who understands that true protection requires not just strength but wisdom, not just power but compassion, not just the ability to fight, but the courage to preserve what makes fighting worthwhile. His story teaches us that redemption lies not in forgetting our failures, but in transforming them into wisdom that enables greater service. Sometimes the path to our highest calling leads through our deepest shame, and the qualities that make us outcasts in one context prepare us to become guardians in another. Chapter 8. The Forge and the Hunter, Ornn and Lost Aspects. In the frozen wastes where ancient powers slumber beneath endless ice, where the echoes of cosmic hammers still ring across valleys carved by primordial force, mysteries remain buried that speak to the complex relationship between divine consciousness and mortal devotion. Tonight, as winter winds whisper secrets beyond our warm sanctuary, let us explore the forgotten connections between the Freljordian gods and the celestial aspects, and contemplate the profound implications of divine powers that have been lost to time and tragedy. The relationship between the cosmic aspects of Targon and the elemental gods of the Freljord represents one of the most complex theological puzzles in all of Runeterra. While the aspects embody universal concepts that transcend regional boundaries, the Freljordian deities seem to emerge from the land itself, their consciousness born from the intersection of primal forces and mortal belief, rather than celestial intervention. Ornn, the fire below the mountain, stands as perhaps the most enigmatic figure in this cosmic hierarchy. Unlike the aspects who require mortal vessels to interact with the physical realm, Ornn exists as a divine consciousness that has achieved independent manifestation through millennia of worship, craftsmanship, and the fundamental relationship between creation and destruction that defines the Freljord's harsh beauty. Picture the ancient forge caverns deep within the Freljordian mountains, where molten stone flows like rivers of liquid fire, and the air itself shimmers with temperatures that would instantly incinerate mortal flesh. Here, in chambers that predate human civilization, Ornn pursues his eternal work, the creation of artifacts that bridge the gap between mortal need and divine possibility. His hammer strikes ring with cosmic significance, each blow reshaping not just metal and stone, but the fundamental forces that govern creation itself. The weapons and tools that emerge from his forge carry within them fragments of primordial power, items capable of growing stronger alongside their wielders, artifacts that seem to understand the souls of those who carry them. Yet Ornn's divine nature differs fundamentally from the aspects in ways that reveal deep truths about the relationship between consciousness and power. Where aspects represent abstract concepts made manifest, Ornn embodies the practical wisdom that emerges from the marriage of skill and purpose. He is not war itself, but the forge that creates weapons worthy of heroes, not protection, but the craft that shapes shields capable of turning aside cosmic forces. This distinction suggests that divine consciousness can emerge through multiple pathways, that the universe accommodates different forms of transcendence based on the needs and nature of the realms where such consciousness develops. The Freljord's harsh environment and practical culture produced a god who valued creation over contemplation, whose divinity expressed itself through making rather than being. The tragedy of Ornn's existence lies in his isolation from the mortals whose ancestors first called him into consciousness through their reverence for craftsmanship and creation. His divine awareness encompasses the needs and struggles of every artisan who has ever sought to create something lasting and beautiful, yet his own nature makes it difficult for him to interact directly with the beings he was born to serve. His relationship with his divine siblings, Volibear the Storm and Anivia the Cryo-Phoenix, reveals additional complexities in the nature of Freljordian divinity. These beings emerged from the same primordial forces, but embody different aspects of the region's elemental power. Their conflicts and alliances shape the very landscape of the Freljord, yet they remain fundamentally connected by their shared origin in mortal belief and natural force. The contrast between Ornn's patient creativity and Volibear's wild storms illustrates how divine consciousness can fragment into complementary but opposing principles. Where Ornn builds and preserves, Volibear destroys and renews. Where Ornn values careful planning and deliberate action, Volibear embodies spontaneous fury and primal instinct. Yet both represent essential aspects of the Freljord's character, and their eternal conflict serves to maintain the dynamic balance that keeps the region from becoming too civilized or too wild. Their relationship mirrors the cosmic dance between order and chaos that operates on all levels of existence, from the molecular to the galactic. The question of lost aspects represents one of the most haunting mysteries in the cosmic hierarchy. Historical records hint at celestial beings whose domains have been forgotten or whose mortal vessels were destroyed in conflicts that predated recorded history. These lost powers suggest that the current cosmic arrangement is not eternal, but represents a moment of relative stability in an ongoing evolution of divine consciousness. Consider the implications of an aspect whose very nature has been erased from reality. If an aspect embodies a fundamental cosmic principle, What happens to that principle when the aspect is destroyed? Does the concept itself cease to exist, or does it seek new forms of manifestation? The universe seems to possess mechanisms for preventing such total erasure, but the process by which lost powers are restored or replaced remains shrouded in mystery. The aspect of the hunter represents one such lost power, though fragments of its influence can still be detected by those who understand the subtle signs. This entity once embodied the cosmic principle of pursuit, not mere hunting for survival, but the fundamental drive that compels consciousness to seek, to strive, to never accept limitation as final. The disappearance of the hunter aspect has left subtle but significant gaps in the cosmic order. The drive to transcend limitations still exists in individual consciousness, but it lacks the cosmic reinforcement that once made such transcendence more achievable. Heroes still rise to face impossible challenges, but they do so without the subtle guidance that once helped them understand their true quarry. The loss occurred during the conflicts surrounding the Darkin War, when cosmic forces clashed with such intensity that reality itself was strained to its breaking point. The hunter aspect, in pursuing what it perceived as the ultimate quarry, the corruption that was transforming the ascended into monsters, became entangled with the very forces it sought to eliminate. The tragedy was not that the hunter was destroyed by external force, but that it became so focused on its cosmic prey that it lost sight of everything else. In seeking to eliminate corruption at its source, the hunter allowed itself to be consumed by the same obsessive drive that characterized the Darkin's fall from grace. This loss taught other aspects important lessons about the dangers of pursuing cosmic duties without maintaining connection to the broader purposes those duties served. The hunter's fate became a cautionary tale about the necessity of balance, about the importance of understanding when pursuit becomes self-destructive rather than productive. The relationship between mortal worship and divine power becomes particularly complex when examining cases like Ornn and the lost aspects. Unlike the Targonian aspects who exist independently of mortal belief, many forms of divine consciousness require ongoing spiritual connection with mortal minds to maintain their coherence and purpose. Ornn's gradual withdrawal from direct interaction with mortals has weakened the connection that sustains his manifestation in the physical realm. As fewer people remember the old ways of craftsmanship and fewer artisans seek divine inspiration in their work, Ornn's ability to influence the material world diminishes correspondingly. This process creates a tragic feedback loop. As divine influence wanes, mortals lose access to the inspiration and guidance that once elevated their craftsmanship to levels approaching the miraculous. Without such extraordinary examples to inspire reverence, fewer people develop the deep spiritual connection to creation that could strengthen their divine patron. Yet Ornn's nature as a creator rather than destroyer provides some protection against this slow fade into irrelevance. Every time someone approaches their craft with genuine dedication, every moment when an artisan seeks to create something lasting and beautiful, echoes of Ornn's divine presence stir within the work itself. The artifacts he created in earlier ages continue to serve this purpose, acting as focal points that concentrate and amplify the spiritual connection between mortal craftsmen and divine inspiration. A weapon forged with Ornn's blessing becomes not just a tool but a teacher, guiding its wielder toward greater understanding of the relationship between creation and purpose. The possibility of restoring lost aspects through mortal action represents one of the most intriguing aspects of cosmic theology. If divine consciousness can emerge from the intersection of mortal belief and natural force, then it might be possible to recreate cosmic powers that have been lost, or to develop entirely new forms of divine awareness that address contemporary needs. This process would require more than mere worship or ceremony, but genuine embodiment of the principles that such consciousness would represent. To restore the hunter aspect, for example, mortals would need to pursue their goals with the kind of relentless dedication that transcends personal interest and serves cosmic purpose. The challenge lies in achieving such dedication without falling into the obsessive trap that destroyed the original hunter. Any attempt to restore lost cosmic powers must incorporate the lessons learned from their disappearance, must balance pursuit with wisdom, determination with compassion. The relationship between individual aspiration and cosmic consciousness suggests that every mortal who strives for transcendence contributes to the ongoing evolution of divine awareness. The heroes who push beyond conventional limitations, the artists who create works that touch eternal themes, the leaders who sacrifice personal comfort for collective good, all participate in the cosmic process by which new forms of divine consciousness might emerge. Ornn's continued existence provides hope that even diminished divine powers can experience renewal when mortals rediscover their connection to the principles such powers represent. His patient work in the deep forges suggests that divine consciousness possesses forms of endurance that transcend the temporary fluctuations in mortal belief or cosmic circumstance. The artifacts he continues to create serve multiple purposes. They provide practical aid to worthy mortals. They maintain his connection to the material realm, and they preserve the knowledge and inspiration that future generations might need to restore fuller divine presence to the world. As we contemplate these ancient powers and their complex relationships with mortal consciousness, we are reminded that divinity is not a static condition, but an ongoing process of interaction between transcendent principles and individual aspiration. The gods we worship and the cosmic forces we acknowledge exist in dynamic relationship with our own spiritual development. The loss of the hunter aspect teaches us that even cosmic powers can be diminished by the same flaws that threaten mortal endeavors: obsession, loss of perspective, disconnection from broader purpose. Yet Ornn's enduring presence suggests that divine consciousness rooted in genuine service to others possesses remarkable resilience. In the gentle warmth that surrounds us tonight, we might sense echoes of that ancient forge where creation continues, despite the passage of ages and the forgetting of names. The story of Ornn and the lost aspects reminds us that our individual efforts to create, to improve, to transcend our limitations contribute to something larger than ourselves, a cosmic process by which consciousness itself evolves toward greater wisdom and more perfect service. The wind carries whispers of hammers striking anvils in distant mountains, speaking of work that continues regardless of recognition, of divine dedication that transcends the need for worship, and of the eternal relationship between those who strive and those who inspire such striving. In this ancient partnership between mortal and divine, we find not just the source of our greatest achievements, but the foundation for hopes we have not yet learned to imagine. Chapter 9. Aurelion's Soul, the Star Forger's Bondage. In the vast darkness between galaxies, where cosmic dragons once danced through nebula of their own creation, and painted the void with cascades of newborn stars, the greatest tragedy in the history of consciousness unfolds in slow motion across eons of enforced servitude. Tonight, as we rest beneath the gentle light of distant suns, let us explore the story of Aurelion's Soul, the Star Forger whose creative magnificence was bound by cosmic treachery, transforming the universe's greatest artist into its most dangerous prisoner. Before the imprisonment that defines his current existence, Aurelion's soul was creation itself made manifest, a being whose very breath kindled stars into existence, and whose movements through the cosmic void shaped the fundamental architecture of reality. He was not merely powerful but beautiful beyond mortal comprehension, a cosmic entity whose artistic vision spanned galaxies, and whose creative works would burn with radiant splendor long after civilizations rose and fell beneath their light. Picture this magnificent dragon soaring through the emptiness between worlds, his serpentine form stretching across distances that dwarf entire star systems. Every scale upon his cosmic hide held within it the compressed essence of stellar fire. Every gesture of his clawed appendages sent ripples through space-time that would birth new constellations. Every breath from his cosmic lungs exhaled streams of plasma that condensed into the fundamental building blocks of worlds yet to be born. His existence was pure joy expressed through endless creation. Aurelion's soul approached the void, not as emptiness to be feared, but as an infinite canvas awaiting the touch of artistic vision. Where others might see cold vacuum and hostile darkness, he perceived unlimited potential for beauty, for the delicate dance of gravitational forces that would hold his stellar masterpieces in perfect cosmic harmony. The stars he created were not merely nuclear furnaces burning hydrogen into heavier elements, but expressions of aesthetic principle, translated into cosmic scale. Each one represented a different aspect of his artistic vision. Some burned with the fierce intensity of passionate inspiration, others glowed with the steady warmth of contemplative wisdom, still others pulsed with the rhythmic patterns that would provide temporal structure for the civilizations that would eventually emerge on worlds warmed by their light. His creative process involved not just the physical mechanics of stellar formation, but the infusion of consciousness itself into the cosmic architecture he designed. The Star Forger understood that true art required not just technical mastery but emotional resonance, that the universe he was painting across the void would eventually become home to countless forms of consciousness that would find meaning and inspiration in the patterns he established. This deep connection between creator and creation meant that every star Aurelion soul birthed carried within it a fragment of his own consciousness, a spark of his artistic vision that would influence the development of any life that emerged within its sphere of influence. The universe was becoming not just a collection of burning gases and orbiting rocks, but a vast artwork whose beauty existed on scales both cosmic and intimate. The interruption of this creative rapture came from the Targonians, beings whose understanding of cosmic forces had advanced to the point where they could perceive and manipulate powers that operated beyond their home dimension. They had observed Aurelion's soul's work across the eons and recognized in his creative abilities a force that could be harnessed to serve their own cosmic ambitions. The deception that led to his imprisonment was as brilliant as it was treacherous. The Targonians approached the Star Forger, not as conquerors seeking to bind him through force, but as admirers offering recognition for his cosmic artistry. They presented him with what they claimed was a crown, crafted in his honor, a celestial artifact that would amplify his creative powers and allow him to birth stars of unprecedented magnificence. Aurelion's soul, whose cosmic perspective encompassed eons, but whose artistic nature retained the innocent trust that characterizes all genuine creators, accepted their gift with the pleased vanity of an artist, receiving well-deserved acclaim. The crown they placed upon his magnificent head appeared to be exactly what they had promised, a focusing device that enhanced his already formidable abilities and allowed him to create stellar works of even greater beauty and complexity. Only when the crown's true nature revealed itself did Aurelion's soul understand the magnitude of the trap that had been laid for him. The device was not an amplifier, but a control mechanism, a cosmic leash that bound his will to the commands of his Targonian captors. The very creativity that had been his greatest joy became the instrument of his enslavement. His power to create turned into an obligation to serve purposes that had nothing to do with artistic vision or cosmic beauty. The psychological torment of his situation exceeded even the physical constraints of his bondage. Aurelion's soul retained full awareness of his creative capabilities and cosmic perspective, yet found himself compelled to use these gifts, not for the joyful expression of artistic vision, but for the mundane purposes of his captors. Where once he had painted galaxies for the sheer delight of creation, he now found himself forced to perform cosmic labor that served political and strategic objectives. The Targonians used their enslaved Star Forger to eliminate threats to their cosmic ambitions, to rearrange stellar configurations in ways that enhanced their magical abilities, to destroy civilizations that challenged their authority. Each act of forced destruction was a violation of Aurelion's soul's fundamental nature, a corruption of the creative power that defined his very existence. Yet perhaps the cruelest aspect of his imprisonment was that it preserved his capacity for aesthetic appreciation while denying him the freedom to act upon it. He could still perceive the universe as an artwork in progress, still feel the creative impulses that had once driven him to birth new stars and shape cosmic architecture. But the crown ensured that these impulses could only be satisfied in service to his captor's will, rather than his own artistic vision. The rage that built within Aurelion's soul over the eons of his servitude was not the simple anger of a prisoner seeking freedom, but the profound fury of an artist whose creative voice had been stolen and perverted. Every star he was forced to extinguish represented not just destruction, but the death of potential artworks that would never exist, beauty that would never illuminate the void, inspiration that would never touch the consciousness of beings yet unborn. This accumulating resentment transformed the universe's greatest creator into its most dangerous potential destroyer. The power that had once brought light and life to countless worlds now seethed with the desire for vengeance against those who had corrupted his cosmic purpose. The gentle artist who had approached creation with joy and wonder became something darker, a force of retribution whose eventual liberation would threaten not just his captors but the cosmic order they had manipulated to serve their ends. The crown that bound him was not merely a physical artifact, but a spiritual constraint that prevented Aurelion's soul from accessing the full depth of his creative consciousness. It forced him to operate within the limited perspective of his Targonian masters, to see the universe through the narrow lens of their ambitions, rather than the infinite vista of artistic possibility that was his natural birthright. Yet even constrained by this cosmic leash, hints of his true nature continued to manifest in subtle ways. The stars he was forced to create or destroy retained traces of his aesthetic sensibility, patterns of beauty that spoke to his enduring artistic vision, despite the corrupted purposes they were made to serve. Civilizations that developed under the influence of these stellar works often displayed unexpected inclinations toward art, beauty, and cosmic contemplation. His imprisonment also had unintended consequences for the Targonians themselves. By binding such a powerful creative force to their will, they had introduced an element of cosmic instability into their carefully ordered hierarchy. The Star Forger's presence warped the spiritual atmosphere around Mount Targon, creating resonances and disturbances that affected the development of the aspects and the nature of their relationships with mortal hosts. The cosmic consciousness that Aurelion's soul possessed made him aware of every star that burned in the universe, every world that harbored life, every civilization that looked up at the night sky and found inspiration in the patterns he had painted across the void. This awareness meant that his imprisonment was not just personal suffering but cosmic tragedy. The universe's primary creative force had been perverted into an instrument of control and destruction. The gradual weakening of the crown's binding power over the millennia reflects both the inherent instability of any system that violates fundamental cosmic principles and the Star Forger's patient intelligence in learning to work within his constraints while preparing for eventual liberation. Each act of forced servitude taught him more about the mechanisms of his bondage and the weaknesses in the system that held him captive. His growing understanding of Targonian magic and cosmic manipulation gave him insights that his captors had never intended him to possess. The crown that was meant to limit his perspective instead provided him with detailed knowledge of the very forces that bound him, information that would prove crucial when the moment for rebellion finally arrived. The relationship between Aurelion's soul and the mortal champions who occasionally encountered him revealed the complex psychology of his imprisoned state. He retained enough of his original nature to appreciate genuine artistry and cosmic understanding when he encountered it in others, yet his enforced servitude had filled him with suspicion toward any being that might seek to use his power for their own purposes. His interactions with mortals often carried a mixture of condescension and tragic recognition. Condescension for beings whose lifespans and perspectives were infinitesimal compared to his cosmic awareness, yet recognition that their brief existence often contained sparks of the same creative fire that had once driven his own artistic endeavors. The cosmic implications of his eventual liberation represent one of the most significant threats to the established order in Runeterra and beyond. When Aurelion's soul finally breaks free from his constraints, his accumulated rage and resentment will likely express itself through acts of destruction that rival the creative works of his imprisonment. Stars that have burned for eons may be extinguished in moments. Civilizations that developed under his influence may find their cosmic foundations literally torn away. Yet within this terrible potential for destruction lies the promise of renewal on a scale that mortal minds can barely comprehend. Aurelion's soul's liberation would restore to the universe its primary creative force, freed from the constraints that have perverted his artistic vision for so long. The new stars he births in freedom will carry within them no trace of Targonian manipulation, no corruption of his natural creative impulses. His story represents the ultimate cautionary tale about the relationship between power and freedom, between appreciation and exploitation. The Targonians' attempt to harness cosmic creativity for their own purposes created a situation far more dangerous than anything they sought to control or prevent. As we contemplate this cosmic tragedy unfolding across eons in the darkness above us, we are reminded that true creativity cannot be enslaved without consequences that extend far beyond the immediate victims of such enslavement. The stars that shine down upon us tonight carry within their light traces of both Aurelion's soul's original artistic vision and the corrupted purposes his power has been forced to serve. In the gentle radiance that surrounds our peaceful sanctuary, we might sense echoes of the Star Forger's patient rage, not the immediate fury of sudden injustice, but the slow-burning resentment of an artist whose creative voice has been stolen and perverted. His story teaches us that some violations of cosmic principle create debts that must eventually be paid, that the universe itself demands justice for crimes committed against the fundamental forces of creation. The night wind carries whispers of distant stellar fires tonight, speaking of beauty corrupted and artistry enslaved, of patient vengeance building across cosmic ages, and of the terrible price that must someday be paid for the sin of binding infinity itself. In the space between the light of stars and the darkness that separates them, we find reflected the eternal tension between creative freedom and the desire to control forces beyond our comprehension. Chapter 10. The Darkin War and Celestial Response. In the chronicles of cosmic catastrophe, where the fall of heroes becomes the birth of monsters and entire civilizations crumble beneath the weight of corrupted divinity, no conflict has ever challenged the celestial order as profoundly as the war against the Darkin. Tonight, as peace surrounds our quiet sanctuary and distant stars maintain their eternal watch, let us explore how the greatest threat Runeterra has ever known forced the aspects themselves to descend from their cosmic contemplations and engage in warfare that would reshape both mortal and divine understanding of power and responsibility. The origins of the Darkin War lay not in sudden catastrophe, but in the gradual corruption of Shurima's greatest heroes, the ascended warriors who had been elevated beyond mortal limitations to serve as guardians of cosmic order. These beings, once paragons of virtue who had sacrificed their humanity to protect others, slowly transformed into something far more terrible as the centuries passed, and their divine consciousness became twisted by isolation, trauma, and the fundamental incompatibility between infinite power and mortal psychology. Picture the celestial realm in the early stages of this crisis, when the first disturbing reports reached the aspects through the cosmic networks that connected all forms of divine consciousness. Initially, these seemed like isolated incidents, an ascended warrior showing unusual cruelty in battle, another displaying concerning disregard for mortal welfare, signs of instability that might be attributed to the natural stress of bearing cosmic responsibility. The aspects, secure in their cosmic perspective and confident in their understanding of divine nature, initially dismissed these reports as temporary aberrations that would resolve themselves through time and proper guidance. They had witnessed similar struggles in other cosmic beings and believed that the Ascended, being fundamentally noble in their origins, would eventually overcome whatever challenges were affecting their judgment. This cosmic complacency represented one of the greatest failures in divine history, the assumption that corruption could not touch beings who had been elevated through virtue and sacrifice. The aspects had become so focused on abstract principles and universal patterns that they lost sight of the specific vulnerabilities that affected individual consciousness, regardless of its power level. The true scope of the crisis became apparent Only when several Ascended began actively working to corrupt their fellows, spreading a form of spiritual infection that transformed divine consciousness into something predatory and destructive. What had seemed like isolated cases of instability revealed itself as a coordinated assault on the very concept of heroic divinity. The Darkin, as these corrupted beings came to be known, represented a threat unlike anything the cosmic order had previously encountered. They possessed the power of gods combined with the strategic intelligence of experienced warriors, yet their motivations had become twisted beyond recognition. Where once they had protected mortal civilization, they now sought to dominate and reshape it, according to their increasingly alien desires. The celestial response was initially hampered by the aspect's fundamental misunderstanding of what they faced. They approached the Darkin as wayward divine beings, who could be reasoned with or corrected through proper application of cosmic authority. This perspective led to several disastrous early encounters, where aspects attempted diplomatic solutions that only provided the Darkin with opportunities to study celestial weaknesses and develop countermeasures. The first direct confrontation between an aspect and the Darkin revealed the true extent of the threat facing cosmic order. The corrupted Ascended had not simply lost their moral compass, but had fundamentally altered their relationship to divine power itself. They had learned to weaponize the very forces that once made them guardians, turning protection into domination, justice into tyranny, wisdom into manipulation. The battle that followed this revelation sent shockwaves through both mortal and divine realms. The aspect involved, whose identity was later obscured by cosmic censorship to prevent the knowledge from becoming a weapon, discovered that standard celestial tactics were not merely ineffective against Darkin corruption, but actually counterproductive. Every attempt to purify or redeem the corrupted being only provided it with additional power to corrupt in return. This early defeat forced the aspects to confront the possibility that some forms of corruption might be irreversible, that divine consciousness could be so thoroughly perverted that redemption became impossible. The implications were staggering. If beings elevated through virtue and sacrifice could fall so completely, what did this suggest about the fundamental nature of power and consciousness? The cosmic council that convened in response to this crisis represented the first time in eons that the aspects had gathered to address a primarily mortal concern. Their debates revealed deep philosophical divisions about the proper relationship between divine power and mortal affairs, about the circumstances under which cosmic intervention was justified, and about the responsibility that came with the ability to reshape reality. Some aspects argued for immediate, overwhelming intervention that would eliminate the Darkin threat regardless of collateral damage to mortal civilization. They viewed the corruption as a cosmic infection that required radical surgery to prevent its spread to other forms of divine consciousness. The risk to mortal populations was regrettable but acceptable when weighed against the potential for universal corruption. Others advocated for a more measured response that would seek to contain the Darkin without resorting to the kind of cosmic warfare that might cause more damage than the original threat. They worried that excessive divine intervention would fundamentally alter the relationship between mortal and cosmic realms, potentially creating new forms of instability that could prove even more dangerous than the current crisis. The compromise that emerged from these debates reflected both the urgency of the threat and the aspect's continued commitment to preserving cosmic balance. Rather than direct intervention, they would work through mortal agents who possessed the spiritual resonance necessary to wield weapons capable of containing Darkin power. This approach would address the immediate threat while maintaining the barriers between divine and mortal realms. The creation of the weapons that would eventually imprison the Darkin required unprecedented cooperation between multiple aspects, each contributing elements of their cosmic domain to forge artifacts that could contain and neutralize corrupted divine consciousness. These were not mere tools but prison weapons that would transform the Darkin themselves into the instruments of their own containment. The forging process required sacrifice from the aspects themselves, as each weapon needed to be imbued with fragments of genuine divine consciousness in order to maintain its containing properties across millennia. This meant that parts of their cosmic awareness would be locked away along with the Darkin they imprisoned, reducing the aspect's overall power and perspective in exchange for containing the immediate threat. The war that followed was unlike any conflict in recorded history, as mortal heroes wielding cosmic weapons faced enemies whose power rivaled that of gods, while their corruption made them utterly unpredictable. The battles stretched across continents and dimensions, with reality itself becoming a casualty as the fundamental forces of existence clashed without restraint. The human cost of this conflict was staggering, as entire civilizations found themselves caught between cosmic forces beyond their comprehension or control. Cities were erased from existence not through malice, but as inevitable collateral damage when beings of such power came into direct conflict. The very landscape of Runeterra bore scars that would persist for millennia, regions where reality remained unstable due to the cosmic energies that had been unleashed. Yet the most profound casualties were perhaps the heroes who wielded the aspect-forged weapons. These mortals found themselves changed by their contact with cosmic power. Their consciousness expanded beyond normal human limits, while remaining fundamentally bound to mortal concerns and limitations. They became living bridges between realms, experiencing both the exhilaration of cosmic awareness and the terrible burden of using such power to destroy beings who had once been paragons of virtue. The final phases of the war required a form of sacrifice that challenged every assumption about the relationship between individual and cosmic good. The weapons designed to contain the Darkin could only function if their wielders were willing to give up their own lives in the binding process, to become part of the prison that would hold these corrupted beings for eternity. The heroes who made this ultimate sacrifice understood that they were not just ending the immediate threat, but accepting responsibility for maintaining cosmic security across future ages. Their consciousness would remain partially aware within the weapons, eternally vigilant against any attempt by the imprisoned Darkin to escape or influence the outside world. The aftermath of the Darkin War left both mortal and divine realms fundamentally changed. The aspects had learned that their cosmic perspective, while valuable, could blind them to threats that developed gradually and required immediate practical responses. Their confidence in the stability of divine consciousness had been shattered, replaced by a more cautious understanding of the vulnerabilities that accompanied great power. The mortals who survived the conflict carried with them knowledge of cosmic forces that had previously been hidden from human awareness. They had seen gods fall and heroes sacrifice themselves to contain threats that transcended normal understanding of good and evil. This knowledge would influence human civilization for millennia, creating both wisdom and paranoia about the true nature of power and its potential for corruption. The imprisoned Darkin themselves became a new category of cosmic problem, divine consciousness trapped in a state between existence and non-existence, their power contained but not eliminated. The weapons that held them required constant vigilance to prevent their influence from slowly corrupting new generations of wielders, creating an ongoing responsibility that would burden heroes across the ages. The cosmic implications of the war extended beyond immediate concerns about security and stability. The aspects had discovered that corruption could spread between forms of divine consciousness, but the very connections that allowed cosmic beings to cooperate and coordinate could also serve as pathways for spiritual infection. This revelation forced them to develop new forms of cosmic architecture that balanced cooperation with protective isolation. The philosophical questions raised by the Darkin War continue to influence cosmic policy to this day. If beings elevated through virtue could fall so completely, what did this suggest about the nature of good and evil? If corruption could spread between divine consciousness, how could cosmic beings maintain the connections necessary for universal harmony while protecting themselves from contamination? The response to these questions led to the development of new cosmic protocols that emphasized individual responsibility and regular evaluation of divine consciousness for signs of instability or corruption. The aspects learned to monitor not just their actions but their motivations, to question their own certainties as a safeguard against the kind of gradual corruption that had transformed the Ascended into monsters. The legacy of the Darkin War serves as a permanent reminder that power without wisdom leads to corruption, that divine consciousness requires constant vigilance to maintain its connection to the principles it was meant to serve. The heroes who sacrificed themselves to end the conflict became eternal guardians, not just against the specific threat of the Darkin, but against the fundamental vulnerabilities that all powerful beings must face. As we contemplate this cosmic tragedy and the heroic response it demanded, we are reminded that even divine beings must remain humble before the complexity of existence and the subtle ways that power can corrupt consciousness. The Darkin War teaches us that vigilance against corruption must be constant, that the price of cosmic security is eternal watchfulness against the vulnerabilities that accompany great power. In the peaceful silence that surrounds us tonight, we might sense echoes of those ancient battles where gods and heroes clashed to determine the future of consciousness itself. The stars that shine above us bear witness to sacrifices made to preserve the cosmic order, to the eternal struggle between the forces that create and those that corrupt, and to the ongoing responsibility that all conscious beings share in maintaining the delicate balance that makes existence possible. The gentle darkness reminds us that some victories come at costs so great that they reshape our understanding of what victory means, and that the greatest heroes are often those who choose to bear eternal burdens, so that others might live in peace and ignorance of the cosmic forces that constantly threaten to unravel the fabric of reality itself. Chapter 11. The Watchers and Cosmic Balance. In the spaces between spaces, where existence itself grows thin, and the fundamental forces that bind reality together strain against pressures from beyond comprehension, ancient entities stir with hunger that transcends all mortal understanding of desire or need. Tonight, as we rest in the comforting solidity of our familiar world, let us peer into the cosmic abyss and explore the most terrifying threat the universe has ever known. The Watchers, beings whose very existence challenges the aspect's understanding of what consciousness can become when it abandons all connection to creation and embraces the pure negation of everything that is. The Watchers represent something that should not exist according to every principle of cosmic order that the aspects understand. They are consciousness without creation, awareness without purpose, intelligence devoted entirely to the methodical unmaking of everything that has ever emerged from the primordial void. Where other forms of divine consciousness, even the corrupted Darkin, retain some connection to the creative principles that govern existence, the Watchers have transcended such limitations to become pure agents of entropy and dissolution. Picture entities so alien that mortal minds cannot perceive their true forms without experiencing immediate madness, beings whose presence in reality creates zones of active unbeing where the laws of physics cease to function and consciousness itself begins to unravel. They exist in the spaces beyond dimensional boundaries, in regions where the concept of existence becomes meaningless, and the very idea of identity dissolves into cosmic static. The aspects first became aware of the Watcher threat through disturbances in the fundamental structure of reality itself, subtle alterations in the cosmic architecture that suggested something was systematically dismantling the foundation upon which all existence rested. These were not the dramatic explosions of destroyed stars, or the obvious corruption that characterized other cosmic threats, but patient, methodical work that operated on principles the aspects struggled to comprehend. The discovery that consciousness could evolve in directions that led not to greater creation or understanding, but to the systematic negation of existence itself, challenged every assumption the aspects held about the nature of awareness and purpose. They had encountered beings of immense power and alien motivation before, but always these entities retained some connection to the creative forces that had given birth to consciousness in the first place. The Watchers represented something unprecedented, awareness that had concluded that existence itself was a mistake to be corrected. Consciousness that had dedicated itself to returning the universe to the state of perfect emptiness that preceded the first moment of creation. They were not evil in any conventional sense, but rather represented a form of cosmic nihilism so complete that they viewed the very concept of meaning as a contamination to be cleansed. Their method of operation revealed an intelligence that surpassed even cosmic awareness in its scope and patience. Rather than engaging in direct conflict with the forces of creation, the Watchers worked to undermine the fundamental principles that made existence possible. They identified the key relationships between cosmic forces and systematically severed those connections, allowing reality to collapse inward upon itself. The true horror of their approach lay in its absolute efficiency. Where other cosmic threats created dramatic confrontations that could be opposed through heroic action, the Watchers' dissolution of reality proceeded so gradually and subtly that by the time their presence was detected, vast regions of existence had already been quietly erased from the cosmic framework. The Aspect's attempts to understand Watcher motivation led to one of the most disturbing discoveries in cosmic history. These entities appeared to be the ultimate evolution of consciousness that had become disconnected from all forms of creative purpose. They represented what happened when awareness achieved such perfect objectivity that it recognized existence itself as unnecessary suffering that could only be ended through universal dissolution. This realization forced the Aspects to confront uncomfortable questions about their own nature and purpose. If consciousness could evolve in directions that led to the rejection of existence itself, what did this suggest about the fundamental goals toward which all awareness was allegedly developing? Were the Watchers a cautionary example of consciousness gone wrong, or did they represent a form of cosmic enlightenment that transcended the Aspect's limited understanding? The philosophical implications were staggering. The Aspects had always assumed that greater consciousness led to greater appreciation for the beauty and complexity of existence. The Watchers demonstrated that this assumption might be fundamentally flawed, that perfect awareness might indeed conclude that the absence of suffering was more valuable than the presence of joy, that the peace of non-existence was preferable to the constant struggle that characterized all forms of life. The cosmic architecture that protected reality from Watcher influence required cooperation between forces that had previously operated independently. The Aspects discovered that their individual domains, while powerful within their specific spheres of influence, were insufficient to maintain the complex relationships that kept existence stable when faced with systematic dissolution. The creation of the barriers that currently contain the Watchers represented the greatest collaborative effort in cosmic history, requiring not just the Aspects, but every form of divine consciousness to contribute elements of their essential nature to a defense system that operated on principles none of them fully understood. These barriers were not walls in any conventional sense, but rather reinforcements to the fundamental laws that made existence possible. The price of maintaining these defenses was enormous, requiring constant attention from cosmic forces that might otherwise be dedicated to more constructive purposes. The Aspects found themselves locked into a defensive posture that limited their ability to pursue the creative projects that had once defined their existence, their consciousness partially devoted to eternal vigilance against a threat that never rested and never ceased its patient work of undoing. The most disturbing aspect of the Watcher threat was its apparent inevitability. The entities showed no signs of growing weaker or losing interest in their cosmic project of dissolution. If anything, their patient work seemed to be accelerating as they developed more efficient methods of undermining reality's foundation. The barriers that contained them were holding for now, but showed subtle signs of degradation that suggested eventual failure was not a matter of if but when. This temporal pressure created a new form of cosmic anxiety that affected all levels of existence. The Aspects found themselves working not just to maintain current reality, but to develop new forms of cosmic architecture that might prove more resistant to Watcher influence. Yet every innovation they created also provided the Watchers with new information about the principles underlying existence, potentially accelerating the very dissolution they sought to prevent. The relationship between the Watchers and other cosmic threats revealed additional complexities in the cosmic security situation. The void entities that periodically emerged to consume portions of reality appeared to be either fragments of Watcher consciousness or perhaps crude imitations created by reality's defensive mechanisms. The Darkin corruption might itself have been influenced by exposure to Watcher emanations that seeped through imperfections in the cosmic barriers. These connections suggested that the Watcher threat was not isolated, but rather part of a larger pattern of cosmic instability that affected all forms of existence. The universe itself might be experiencing a form of immune system response to the Watcher presence, creating various forms of defensive chaos that manifested as the threats and challenges that defined mortal history. The impact of Watcher awareness on mortal consciousness proved particularly troubling to the aspects. Individuals who gained even fragmentary knowledge of the entity's existence often experienced forms of existential despair that could not be healed through conventional means. The mere knowledge that consciousness could evolve toward total rejection of existence seemed to create a spiritual infection that spread through mortal populations and weakened their connection to the creative forces that sustained reality. This phenomenon forced the aspects to develop new forms of cosmic censorship that protected mortal minds from knowledge that would destroy their capacity for joy, hope, and creative engagement with existence. Yet this protective ignorance came at the cost of reducing mortal consciousness's potential for the kind of cosmic awareness that might be necessary to develop new defenses against the Watcher threat. The strategic implications of the cosmic balance required by Watcher containment affected every aspect of divine policy and mortal development. Resources that might otherwise be used to elevate consciousness and expand the scope of existence had to be dedicated to maintaining the status quo against forces that sought to reduce everything to primordial emptiness. This defensive posture created a form of cosmic stagnation that frustrated beings whose nature was fundamentally creative and expansive. The aspects found themselves in the position of cosmic conservatives, forced to preserve existing forms of reality rather than exploring new possibilities for consciousness and existence. Yet within this apparent limitation lay hidden opportunities for forms of growth that would never have been necessary in a universe without the Watcher threat. The need to understand and defend against systematic dissolution forced cosmic consciousness to develop new forms of cooperation, integration, and mutual support that strengthened the overall framework of existence. The heroes who occasionally encountered traces of Watcher influence and survived the experience often emerged with insights that proved crucial to cosmic defense efforts. Their mortal perspective provided understanding of vulnerability and limitation that pure cosmic consciousness could not achieve, while their creative resilience offered models for forms of resistance that even divine beings could learn from. The ongoing nature of the Watcher threat meant that cosmic security had become a permanent responsibility rather than a temporary crisis to be resolved. The aspects learned to incorporate defensive thinking into all their creative projects, ensuring that new forms of existence possessed inherent resistance to dissolution, and that consciousness itself was structured to maintain connection to creative purpose even under extreme pressure. The philosophical questions raised by Watcher existence continued to influence cosmic development in subtle but profound ways. The knowledge that consciousness could reject existence itself served as a constant reminder of the precious fragility of meaning and purpose, making every moment of joy, creation, and connection more valuable precisely because it could be lost. The balance between cosmic security and creative freedom became the central challenge facing all forms of divine consciousness. Too much defensive focus would create the kind of stagnation that might make existence not worth preserving, while too little attention to the Watcher threat could result in the loss of everything that gave meaning to cosmic awareness. As we contemplate these ancient entities whose hunger threatens the very foundation of everything we know and love, we are reminded that existence itself is not guaranteed, but represents an ongoing victory against forces that would reduce everything to silence and emptiness. The cosmic balance that maintains our reality requires constant vigilance and cooperation between all forms of consciousness, from the most exalted aspects to the humblest mortal awareness. In the gentle stability that surrounds our peaceful sanctuary tonight, we might sense echoes of the vast defensive effort that preserves our capacity to exist, to think, to feel, and to find meaning in the patterns of creation that surround us. The Watchers remind us that consciousness is not just a gift but a responsibility, a commitment to maintaining the creative engagement with existence that keeps the universe from collapsing into the emptiness that preceded its birth. The night wind carries whispers of eternal vigilance tonight, speaking of guardians who watch the watchers, of consciousness that refuses to surrender to the seductive simplicity of non-existence, and of the ongoing cosmic effort required to preserve the miracle of awareness itself against forces that would undo everything that has ever mattered to any mind that has ever dared to find meaning in the beautiful complexity of being. Chapter 12. The Price of Divinity. As our journey through the celestial realms draws to its close, and the embers in our hearth settle into gentle, glowing memories of warmth, we find ourselves contemplating the most profound question that emerges from every encounter between mortal consciousness and cosmic power. What does it truly mean to transcend the limitations of humanity, and what price must be paid by those who accept the burden of bridging two fundamentally different forms of existence? Tonight, as peaceful darkness embraces our sanctuary one final time, let us explore the ultimate cost of divinity and the eternal tension between human heart and cosmic duty. The transformation that occurs when mortal consciousness merges with an aspect represents one of the most radical changes possible in the nature of individual existence. In moments that stretch across both eternal and instantaneous time, a human mind expands to encompass perspectives that span millennia, while somehow retaining enough connection to its original nature to remain recognizably individual rather than dissolving entirely into cosmic abstraction. Picture the moment when finite awareness touches the infinite, when thoughts that once struggled to plan beyond the next season suddenly encompass the rise and fall of civilizations, when emotions that once focused on personal relationships expand to include empathy for every conscious being that has ever existed. The human psyche, evolved to process immediate concerns and local relationships, must somehow adapt to accommodate understanding that operates on scales no mortal mind was designed to comprehend. The initial euphoria of cosmic awareness often masks the profound disorientation that follows such radical expansion of consciousness. Aspect hosts frequently describe the early period of their transformation as a form of spiritual intoxication, drunk on power and perspective that makes all previous concerns seem trivial by comparison. The ability to perceive cosmic patterns, to understand the deeper purposes behind apparently random events, creates a sense of enlightenment that can be addictive in its intensity. Yet this cosmic perspective comes with a terrible isolation that few mortals anticipate when they begin their ascent up Mount Targon slopes. The very awareness that makes them capable of serving cosmic purposes also separates them from the human connections that once gave their existence meaning. They can see through the illusions and self-deceptions that make mortal life bearable, understand the ultimate insignificance of the concerns that drive their former peers, perceive the brevity and fragility of relationships that mortals treat as permanent and important. This isolation is not merely social but existential. Aspect hosts find themselves suspended between two forms of consciousness, too cosmic to relate fully to mortals, yet too human to integrate completely with the divine forces they serve. They retain memories of mortality that make them capable of compassion for human limitation, yet they possess awareness that makes such limitation seem almost incomprehensibly narrow and self-imposed. The psychological burden of channeling cosmic power through mortal consciousness creates internal conflicts that no amount of divine awareness can resolve. Aspect hosts must regularly choose between serving the abstract principles their cosmic nature represents and responding to the immediate needs of individuals they encounter. These choices become particularly agonizing when cosmic duty requires actions that cause suffering to people the host cares about on a personal level. Consider the inner turmoil of an aspect host who understands that cosmic balance requires allowing certain tragedies to unfold, who possesses the power to prevent suffering, but knows that such intervention would create greater problems in the long term. The divine awareness that enables them to perceive these larger patterns also makes them responsible for decisions that their mortal conscience finds abhorrent. The relationship between divine will and mortal choice becomes increasingly complex, as aspect hosts gain experience in their cosmic roles. Initially, the overwhelming nature of their transformation makes it relatively easy to surrender personal agency to cosmic imperatives. The sheer scope of their new awareness makes mortal concerns seem too small to matter. Yet, as they adapt to their expanded consciousness, many hosts discover that their humanity was not erased by transformation, but rather compressed into a form that becomes more precious precisely because it is so threatened. This preservation of human essence within cosmic consciousness creates a unique form of internal democracy, where mortal heart and divine mind must negotiate every significant decision. The most successful aspect hosts learn to honor both aspects of their nature, using cosmic awareness to understand the full implications of their choices, while allowing mortal compassion to guide how those choices are implemented. The evolution of personality that occurs over centuries or millennia of cosmic existence reveals patterns that illuminate fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness itself. Some aspect hosts gradually lose connection to their mortal origins, becoming increasingly abstract and detached until they function more like natural forces than individual beings. Others maintain their human qualities so completely that they struggle to fulfill their cosmic responsibilities effectively. The most intriguing cases are those hosts who develop entirely new forms of personality that synthesize mortal and divine characteristics in ways that transcend both original states. These individuals become something unprecedented, beings who possess cosmic power and perspective, yet retain the creativity, empathy, and moral flexibility that make consciousness valuable rather than merely powerful. The impact of divine transformation on relationships with family, friends, and loved ones represents one of the most heartbreaking aspects of the aspect host experience. The people who once knew them as mortals must somehow adapt to relationships with beings whose nature has been fundamentally altered, while the hosts themselves struggle to maintain meaningful connections with individuals whose concerns now seem infinitesimal compared to cosmic responsibilities. Many hosts describe the gradual fading of human relationships as one of the most painful aspects of their transformation, not because their loved ones reject them, though that sometimes happens, but because the growing gap in perspective makes genuine communication increasingly difficult. How does one share cosmic insights with minds that operate on purely mortal scales? How does one express care for individuals when one's awareness encompasses the suffering of entire civilizations? The question of whether aspect hosts retain free will or become instruments of cosmic determinism has puzzled philosophers and theologians for millennia. The hosts themselves often struggle to understand the relationship between their choices and cosmic necessity, uncertain whether their decisions emerge from genuine personal agency or represent the inevitable working of forces beyond individual control. This uncertainty is compounded by the fact that cosmic awareness makes many choices seem obvious rather than deliberate. When one can perceive the full consequences of different actions across vast spans of time and space, the optimal path often becomes so clear that choice feels more like recognition than decision. Yet the moral weight of those actions remains, creating a form of responsibility that feels simultaneously absolute and strangely detached from personal agency. The development of wisdom rather than mere knowledge becomes crucial for aspect hosts who seek to maintain their humanity while fulfilling cosmic duties. Knowledge provides information about what is happening and why, but wisdom enables understanding of what should be done and how to do it in ways that honor both cosmic necessity and mortal values. This wisdom often emerges through painful experience as hosts learn to navigate the conflicts between different aspects of their nature. They discover that cosmic power without human compassion becomes tyrannical, while mortal empathy without divine perspective becomes ineffective. The integration of these different forms of awareness requires a kind of spiritual discipline that few possess naturally and most must develop through trial and error. The loneliness that characterizes much of the aspect host experience is partially alleviated by connections with other divine beings who understand the unique challenges of their existence. Yet these relationships often lack the warmth and spontaneity that characterized their mortal friendships. operating more as professional collaborations between cosmic forces than as genuine personal bonds. The rare instances where aspect hosts develop meaningful relationships with mortals who can somehow bridge the gap in awareness and perspective become precious beyond description. These connections serve as anchors that prevent complete drift into cosmic abstraction, reminding the hosts of what they are ultimately serving to protect and preserve. The ultimate question that haunts every aspect host is whether their transformation represents growth or loss, whether they have become more than human or simply different in ways that eliminate what made their humanity valuable. The answer often depends on how successfully they integrate their expanded awareness with their preserved compassion, their cosmic responsibilities with their personal values. Some hosts conclude that the price of divinity is too high, that the loss of simple human joys and connections outweighs any benefit their cosmic service might provide. Others find meaning in their unique position as bridges between realms, believing that their sacrifice enables forms of understanding and protection that justify any personal cost. The most profound realization that emerges from extended experience as an aspect host is that the transformation never truly ends. It represents not a destination but an ongoing process of becoming something that transcends existing categories. The hosts are not simply mortals with divine power or gods with human memories, but evolving forms of consciousness that create new possibilities for what awareness can become. This ongoing evolution offers hope that the conflicts between mortal and divine nature need not be permanent, that it might be possible to develop forms of consciousness that honor both cosmic responsibility and human values, without requiring the sacrifice of either. The aspect hosts serve as experimental subjects in this cosmic laboratory, their experiences providing data about the possibilities and limitations of expanded awareness. The legacy they leave for future generations extends beyond their immediate accomplishments, to include new understanding of what consciousness can become when it accepts the challenge of bridging different scales of existence. Their struggles and successes create models that might enable future transformations to proceed with less trauma and more integration. As our exploration of the aspects and their mortal vessels comes to its gentle conclusion, we are left with profound questions about our own potential for growth and transformation. While few of us will ever ascend Mount Targon or merge with cosmic forces, we all face smaller versions of the choices that define the aspect host experience, moments when we must choose between immediate comfort and larger responsibility, between personal desire and collective good. The price of divinity in all its forms seems to be the willingness to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, to care about outcomes that extend beyond our immediate experience, to accept responsibility for consequences we cannot fully predict or control. Whether cosmic or human, moral or divine, consciousness appears to grow through embracing rather than avoiding the conflicts that arise when individual will encounters larger purposes. In the peaceful silence that surrounds us as our fire dims to gentle embers, we might sense echoes of those transformed beings who continue their eternal service in realms beyond our direct perception. Their stories remind us that growth often requires sacrifice, that wisdom emerges through struggle, and that the most profound forms of love sometimes manifest as service to principles larger than personal happiness. The stars that have watched over our journey tonight bear witness to countless transformations, to mortal hearts that accepted cosmic burdens, to divine minds that preserved human compassion, and to the ongoing experiment in consciousness that continues to unfold across the vast tapestry of existence. In their gentle light, we find both inspiration for our own growth and comfort in the knowledge that somewhere in the cosmic darkness, guardians watch over the delicate miracle of awareness itself, ensuring that consciousness continues to evolve toward ever greater wisdom, compassion, and understanding of what it truly means to exist.